Hey everyone, welcome back to another video. So in this course we're going to be building a Twitter clone. So one of the first features we obviously want to check out is how we can create a tweet here. On another account I have another user open here named Tom, and I can go ahead essentially tag him here and also add a hashtag. If I go ahead and tweet this now, you can go ahead and see that it's automatically gone ahead and highlighted his username here, along with the ability to see the hashtag highlight here. Now, later on, we're going to be creating a hashtag page as well. For now, I've left this out just to get started with the course and so we can get started building it, because there's a lot of work here to cover. So if I, for example, went in here and retweeted Tom's tweet on this side, you can go ahead and see here that it has retweeted it here. You can see that it's retweeted by Tom. There's a notification here saying he's retweeted my tweet as well. And I can go ahead and like this. It will automatically show up over here. And if I went in here, for example, I can go in and say I want to view this tweet. And I could say, hello. And there you go. So now we have the ability here to actually reply to tweets and view them. We also have the ability to, for example, go into someone's page here, and in here I could go ahead and follow Tilly Dakota. So if I go in now, you can see that I already have a follower here. It shows up in the notification setting as well. On top of that, I can go ahead and change my name here, for example. I could go ahead and change the banner image. So if I wanted to change my logo to just this Laravel icon here, it goes ahead and automatically updates it. Obviously this doesn't look great, but it's just the picture for showcase here. So this is not the best picture to upload. But outside of that, we're also able to add in a link here. So I could, for example, go ahead and say youtube.com. I can go ahead and change the bio. And I'm also able to, for example, in here, go ahead and upload an image. So let's go ahead and upload an image for this page here. So let's say, hi. And you can see this just automatically shows up on both pages here if you want to take a look. We could also go ahead, for example, and quote a tweet. So if I wanted to quote this one, for example, saying, what's up? Goes ahead and quote this here, and you can now see that this is also added over here automatically. We're also going to be adding a feature here to just copy a URL, and we're going to be using infinitive scroll here as well for if we have a lot of tweets. On top of that, we're going to be later on looking on how to add views to individual tweets and so on. But there's a lot to get covered already, so let's get started with this and start by building the sidebar in this first video. Alright, so in this video we're going to be setting up the basic for the X-clones. We're going to call this X-clone YouTube. And I'm going to use Jetstream here because it allows you to upload easily profile picture and has all of that set up by default. We're going to use Livewire. We do want to enable dark mode because we're going to be using that. Email verification is going to be supported as well. We don't need team or API support. We don't really need to write any tests for this. However, I'm just going to select PES as default, and we will initialize a GitHub repository. So with that sorted, we should now be able to go ahead in here and select the database driver. I'm going to use PostgreSQL, and I'm not going to migrate it because it won't work due to my database configurations. And now we've just run npm install, and after that I think we can just head into the browser now. So let's head, into the code editor now. So let's head into the code editor and get started with that. Alright, I'm gonna go ahead in here and I'm gonna set up, this is xclone yt. I'm gonna head into my database editor here. I'm gonna create a new table. Let's open it up. Alright, so with that sorted, we should be able to now go ahead in here and say PHP Artisan migrate. And let's go ahead now and say PHP Artisan install broadcast. We would like to install Reverb for this case, and we're just gonna wait for this to be set up, and we would also like it to install all the node dependencies. So what we should have now down here is we need to go ahead and change this, in this case, to on the host, we're going to call this x clone yt.test, and we're just going to leave it at http, and we will leave these details as well because that's already set up here. So that's already fine here, and I think that's everything for the configuration for now. So when we go further into this, I want to actually go ahead and enable a few things. So let's head into Jetstream to PHP, and down here I want to go ahead and enable profile photos as a starter. So with that sorted, let's go in now and do PHP Artisan make Livewire pages home. And then inside the home page, this is where we're going to have everything related to timeline and so on. So we want to have in here a layout. And inside web.php, we can actually get rid of all of this here, even this part here. So and I'm going to import this instead. Let's do npm run dev. So the first problem here is that we have this navigation bar that we don't actually need. So if we head into our app, blade.php, in here we do not need these set up like that. We can just get rid of that. The Livewire scripts is fine. We can get rid of pretty much everything in here for now. So what we want to go ahead in here and do is we want to add a few classes here. So let's head into here, and we want to have two things. We want to have a sidebar, but we also want a div in here with a flex row, and justify center. And slot in here. We can get rid of this banner here, so I also want to go ahead and get rid of the models for now because we're going to have a different system set up for that. We want to go in here and we want to have a div in here, container, mx auto, height of screen, and a flex. And in here we just want to have BG white and dark, background color dim 900, and we want to add that color to our Tailwind config file. So I'll copy and paste this in so you can easily have it here. So we're going to modify the theme a bit because we don't need the standard Laravel theme for this. So I'm going to go ahead and replace it with this here. There we go. And with that now done, we should now be able to use the dim color instead as well for our styles. So I'm just going to go in here and say Twitter or X, is up to you really. I'm just going to call it Twitter. And yeah, so that's the layout setup, and we should now just be able to go in here. You can see there's this nice color here. And outside of that, we want to go ahead now inside our home component in Livewire here. We can get rid of the welcome here. We can get rid of the dashboard and navigation menu. In here, I just want to put in some classes as well. So I want to go in here and have a width full, a small with 600, and a height of screen. And after that, I'm gonna go ahead and add all these classes here to another div. With that done, we want to go ahead in here and add in just the home text here. Just like that. It looks a bit unaligned here due to the sidebar not being set up, but we'll set that up in a minute. So let's head in now and create a component here. PHP artisan make Livewire components folder. And in here we want to have a sidebar. So in the sidebar, we're going to have a few different items. So first div here needs to be a class of flex row, and justify center. And then we want to have a width of 68, an extra small width of 88, an extra large width of 275. So I'm just going to go ahead and copy these classes here instead. And then we want to go ahead in here and have another class here of flex column, height of screen, and we also want to go ahead and say XL, PR3, fixed, and overflow Y, auto, and again we want to have some width here. And then let's go ahead and add the Twitter link. This is just an SVG icon here, which you can find easily online. So I'll leave you to find whatever icon you want. We also need to add this into our app.play.php. There we go. And let's go ahead now and add in the other links. So for now, I'm just going to add in the home link here because we can add the other links later on. So let's add a nav here with an empty of 5. So we just want to set this to route home. We're adding all of these classes in here. Again, you can find the icon online for whatever home icon you want. We're adding a text here which is going to be shown for larger screens, just like that. And later on we also need to add in the sidebar down here at the bottom, so let's go ahead and do that now. So the next thing we want to do is we want to go ahead and create a blade component, and we're going to call this sidebar item. So inside sidebar item, we want to have a few different things set up. As a starter, we want to make sure that we can check pass through the URL. So let's go ahead and say props. In this case, we're going to have URL and active by default set to false. Now for classes, I'm just going to go ahead and add those in here. So it's going to be these classes here that we need. This is just going to be whether it's active or not. We're going to show a difference between these classes. And then outside of that, we just want an anchor tag in here. And in here, we just want to pass through the URL. We want wire navigate. And we want attributes, merge, class, and this actually needs to be inside an array, sorry, class equals to classes. And then in here, because we have icons as well, we want a slot. So what we can go ahead and do now is inside the sidebar, we can go ahead and say sidebar item. We can pass through the URL here instead. Get rid of all these classes here. And then inside our sidebar, we just need to check if it's active. So there's multiple ways we can check if something is active. For now, I'm just going to go ahead and we can just quickly add this variable here, which allows us to say request while it is home. And in that case, it will then show us active. So right now we have this navigation sidebar here for the home, but let's also create a few other ones here. So we're going to have a profile page and we're going to have a notifications page. So let's go ahead and create the notifications page for now, because that's the easiest one to set up. So let's go ahead and say php Livewire make pages notifications inside web.php. And again, we're just setting this up for now, so let's just create a notification page here. We're just gonna have an empty page called notifications. And then in here, we just want to do the same as we did inside the home page. Just add in the layout here. And return a view. So for now, what we should be able to do inside the sidebar then is just go in and check if it is the notifications page. And for this, we do want to go ahead and add a different SVG icon. Again, these icons will be available on source code as well, which you can just access for free online on my GitHub repository. And you can see we can now switch between them here. So that now allows us to essentially have multiple pages here. We're going to add in a profile page as well, which is pretty much the same, just a different SVG icon. And we're passing through the user here. So inside our terminal, let's create a page called profile. Perfect. And then what we want to go ahead and do inside web.php is just create one in here where we say profile user username. And we just want to import profile here. We want to return a view. We want to have a public user. Then inside the create users table, do make sure that we also add in a username, which is going to be unique. And we also inside the create users table want to add a few different things. So other things we want to add in here is a website, because you may have a website on your profile page, which is going to be nullable. We're going to have a text in here for description, which is going to be nullable. And we're also going to have in here the ability to, for example, add in date of birth or location. So let's just leave it with this for now. And we could also go ahead and add in a banner URL actually. So banner path. So refresh it again. There we go. And inside the sidebar here, let's go ahead and make sure that we name this web root. profile.show. And inside sidebar here, just make sure we add that in here. We need to log in again and register. So that leaves us with the next thing we need to deal with. How do we customize the registration process to add in the username? We should just be able to go in here and say username, and then just add user in front of here. Like that. And then inside our app folder, inside actions, we have a just Fortify, where we create new user. And in here, we're gonna have a username. We're gonna have this unique to the users table as well. Let's make sure we fix the spacing issue as well in here. So that's because the other ones have an empty of 4. And also, not just in here, we don't just want to validate it, we also want to add it in here. So if we refresh again, let's try to register again. Oh, we also want to add the username to the user model. There we go. So that will give us the dashboard page. So let's go ahead to our Fortify.php. In here we have a redirect. Let's get it to redirect to the home page instead. There we go. So at the moment, that doesn't look fully right inside the profile page. That's fine. We don't really want to work on that for now. We're just going to leave that out. But we have a nice sidebar now. The only thing missing is going to be the sidebar login part, essentially, where we can log out. So to do that, we want to go in and actually install the Alpine anchor directive. So we can just go ahead and npm install this. This will allow us to have an anchor that is a bit more useful than other functionalities that you would find normally. So inside app.js, we want to import this here. So we need to essentially import Livewire and Alpine as well. And we need to say livewire.start. And then inside app.blade.php, we get rid of this bit here. And the only thing we need is essentially in here is the script config. So let's look at our terminal here. There's no errors so far, which is excellent. That's what we're expecting. So inside our sidebar now, we should be able to add in this button at the bottom here. So let's go ahead and do that now. So in here we want to have a div where x data of open to false, and we also want in here, if you click outside, we want to set this to false. And we want to add these specific classes here. And then we want to go in and add a button here. In here we want to actually say xref button, and on click we want open to be the opposite, equal to the opposite of the open value. And in this case we want to add up here just user that is logged in, the name and the username. And we then want to add a sidebar, which is going to be hidden unless you actually want to show it. So let's go ahead and add that now. So because we've set this now with an open up here, if we just close this button here, we should just be able to have a div in here where we say x show open. And in this case, let's just have some random text in here, see if we can get this to work. And let's also make sure that this is a class with a bg white, just to make sure we can see what's actually going on. So for now, it's not really showing, so let's go ahead and make sure that everything is set up properly. We also need to add in the icon also in here, which I forgot to add. So let's go ahead. This is just another SVG icon. Yeah, so the text is showing. It needs some good styling, but it is showing now. So what we should be able to do is add a few classes in here that will create like something that will flow over it or below it, depending on the size of the screen. Let's add this onto a new line as well. And also we want to have the anchor functionality set up here. So we can just go ahead in here and have this set up like this, where we just reference the button up here that we created here. And let's go ahead and take a look at how this would look now. Looks a bit better, still a bit awkward to read. So let's go in here and add a width full with a BG wide. Oh, sorry, with text wide, sorry. Logout. There we go. Again, this is not the most beautiful option you can do. You can create something more appropriate looking if you want to. So we can go ahead now inside our app here. We do have as well in here, we have some components. So we should just be able to add in the similar thing that we have from the logout button other places into here. So let's go ahead and do that now. So we should just be able to add in the logout route here, and this may look a little bit weird at first, so let's go ahead and see. So far it looks fine. So if I click logout, it now goes back here. So what we want to go ahead and do now is say login. And there we go. So now we are able to log out, able to switch between pages here. So we will now next work on how to actually compose the tweet. So let's take a look at that in the next episode. Alright, let's get started with fixing this issue here. So the first thing we want to go ahead and do is just go ahead and make sure we actually import this anchor, which will then go ahead and fix this. There we go. And then the second thing I want to go ahead and do is I want to create a tweet model. So let's go ahead and say php make model tweet. And so with that created, let's go ahead and start out by adding in a UUID in here. We also want to go ahead and make sure we have a text of body, which can be nullable. The reason for this is because when you retweet something, we want to store it as a tweet but without any content. And when you quote something, we want to store it as a tweet with a quote, but also have a relationship to the tweet we quoted. So we're gonna have a user ID. We're gonna have an original tweet ID, and again, this is the one we're gonna be using for either quotes or retweets. We're also, in this case, gonna go ahead and make sure we have an enum. So let's go ahead and make an enum here called tweet type. Inside tweet type, we want to make sure this is a string. We want a case in here for retweet. For quote. And for tweet. We also want a static function in here, which is going to be for values, returning an array column of the cases where we grab the value. So what we can go ahead and do in here now is we can go ahead and essentially say tweet type values. Perfect. So with that got ahead and sorted now. All we need to do now is we have these relationships set up, we have the user ID. The only other thing I can think of we need for this is essentially just a parent ID. The reason for that is because we want to be able to have comments, and we're going to be using a package to deal with the comments and so on a tweet. So we're just going to be using a simple adjacency package, by the way, for this. So let's go ahead and migrate this. Perfect. Okay, so with that sorted, we can now go into our tweet model. In here, we want to just go ahead and say protected guarded empty array. We want to have a protected, in this case, just a function in here where we're going to say this is a static one. Upon booting, we want to set the UID in here. So that's just what we're creating it. We also, for now, is going to create a user relationships. There we go. So with that sorted, we now have everything we need for the model. So let's go ahead and also make sure we can go ahead and compose things. So we can create a text area and so on. So I'm going to say PHP also Livewire make components and compose and compose. Inside this compose one here, we want to go ahead and essentially just set up the very basic of our compose. So for now, this is going to be a form with a class in here. In this case, we're just going to add this in here to save some time. So essentially, we're just adding the borders in here for this. Then we're going to go ahead and have a flex shrink 0 and a PP4 and a P4. And in here, we're going to have an image with all user profile photo URL. We want a class in here to be inline block, and let's set the size here as well. And just set this as your profile picture. And then we want a width full in here with a padding of 2. And in here we're going to have a text area. And let's go ahead and make sure we add in here for now a class for the text area. So I'm going to go ahead and close this off here, and I'm going to add this to a new line. Let's go ahead And make sure we also add this here. We want to go ahead and add, in this case, a placeholder of what's happening, a label as well, an ID here for main compose, and this is just going to be from main compose tweet body. We want this to be a screen reader only, by the way. So with that sorted now, we should be able to go ahead and add a few more things below here. So after this, we essentially want to set up a few classes here for our buttons. So it should look something along the lines of if we include this inside our home page down here. Along these lines here. So it doesn't look perfect yet. We still need to address one or two issues here. So let's also make sure we actually get this text area in correctly here. So I think for this profile picture, we want to make sure that that's this inside with 12 of flex items top. And we want one div down here. Okay, so it's almost there now. So the only other thing we want to do in here for the profile picture, just before we finish that off, is make sure that it is rounded full. And we need to, for the text area as well, make sure that we add this on over here. And for this one, it should be flex items top. There we go. And there we go, now it's taking up the whole space. So one of the things we want to do in here is we want to go ahead and make sure we add in ability to add profile, to add pictures essentially. So for now, I'm going to go ahead in here and just add in an SVG file, which is for the picture. You can choose anything you want. I'm going to go ahead and make sure that we have this set to images. And then we're going to add the tweet button as well, which is just going to be down here. So there we go. So this looks roughly like what we want it to look like, a good tweet form here. You can go ahead and select the picture and so on. So another issue we will run into here is that we also want to be able to essentially auto resize this. So the way to do this is we can create a directive here. So if we go into our JS folder, which would be inside here, and inside here we want to create a folder called directives, and we want to call this auto resize.js. So in here we just want to have an export default. We want to have an element in here, and essentially we just want to be able to set the height to auto, put in a scroll height here, and then we want to resize the element. So the beautiful thing about Alpha in JS is that we can just go ahead and register this directive as auto resize, then import auto resize, just like that. And all we should have to do now is inside our text area here, is just put in X auto resize. And there you go. So now it just automatically resizes the text area to the appropriate size, which is a really neat feature to have, and it's great to just add it in here as a directive instead of having to have a big X data up here or call a function or something along those lines. So this is something you can use on any component in your application super easily for a text area. Well, thank you very much for watching this video. That's all for this one, and I'll see you. So in this video, our primary goal is to have this indicator with the 2 circles on the side here, indicating if you're going over the limit or not. So to do that, we just need to create 2 circle SVG icons. So what we can essentially do in here is, up in our form, what we want to go ahead and have here is an X data. And in here we just want to have a fair bit of data actually. So let's go ahead and start out by just having a body in here, which we're going to say wire.entangle form.body. So what we're going to go ahead and do is we're going to have inside compose, we want to first and foremost make sure we import the view here. Then we want to go ahead and say php Livewire form tweet compose form. What we want to go ahead and do then say is public tweet compose form as form. In here for now, we just want to have a public string of body equal to an empty string. And there we go. So we want to have a radius in here for the circle as well. So we're going to set that for 30 for now. But outside of that, all I want to go ahead and do now is essentially in between this button here and the icon where we show this here, we want to have in here a div x show when body.length, because on Twitter you don't actually show when it's empty trace. We only want to show this when you're typing. We want this to have a class in here of width 10, height 10, and we want this to be relative. In here we then want some SVGs. We want a class in here of transform and rotate 90. And we want a view box in here of 0, 0, 120, 120. And in here we just want to have a circle. And the radius is going to be 30 for this one, so we could essentially go ahead and just get the value here. So for this one we can just go ahead and say radius. We also want to go ahead in here and have a CX of 60. A CY of 60. We want a fill of none. We want a stroke width in here, which is in this case going to be equal to 8. We want a class in here of stroke current text gray 700. So let's see if we can just put in some text before this with you, see if we can actually show this when we're typing. And currently it doesn't seem to fully work. We have some errors here. So we have radius is not defined. So let's go ahead and see if we can just set this to 30 by default for now. Okay, and this X show here. we want to make sure that we also untangling this here, so let's make sure this properly works. We want this to be X modal body, so we was basically setting it to this variable up here. There we go. So we have the circle as well, and we have the text appearing. So the next thing we want to go ahead and do is we want to have the circle which will fill out all of this information. So for now, let's go ahead and write a few functions up here. So first and foremost, we want to write a function up here which is going to be the max length of 280 get percentage, and then here we want to return math.round, and in this case we want to say this.body.length times 100 divided by max length. You want to get display percentage, which is going to just be this small mathematical variable here, and we also want to have a get dash here. In here we want to return 2 times math.pi times this.radius. Let's make sure we actually call this radius. So let's make sure we actually spell this correctly here. And I think we can just go ahead and say radius down here now. I think it was just a spelling error. Okay, no, it's still not going through, so let's just leave this at 30, but I think that's just easier to do that for now. Maybe it's because of this error here actually, so just need that arrow. That seems fine, perfect. So with that sorted now, we want to have an offset here. And this is going to have a let circle equal to this the dash, let progress equal to this display percentage times 100, and we want to return circle times 1 minus progress. And then we want to get percentage is over. And I think that's all the functions we need here, so let's see how this comes into action down here. So again, we want in here radius of radius. We want to have in here essentially the same width in CX and CY. So let's go ahead and make sure we just fill that out here. And we then want to have a class in here of stroke current. And then we want in here a class again of percentage. And in this case, we want to say either display text red or text blue. Stroke dash array to dash, stroke dash offset to offset. And let's get rid of that one down here. So you see now if I'm typing, this is blue, this is perfect. And now it's just going over the limit, so that's how it works. It automatically fills it out perfectly. And for this, you can now also see that we can now determine the max length here, so it's set in a variable that you can easily control. So that's all for this video. Thank you very much for watching it. In the next video, we're going to be submitting the tweet, and then after that, we're going to be looking at how to do real-time functionality through the timeline as well, and add in a tweet along with automatically displaying for other users. So thank you very much for watching. Please hit the like and the subscribe button, and I'll see you in the next video. So in this video, we're going to start by sending tweets to the database using the tweet form. We're also going to, before we start doing that, actually have a timeline where we display a few tweets we create ourselves manually in the database first. So to get started with, let's go ahead and say phars and Livewire make, and we're going to call this inside components timeline. This is where we're going to display all our tweets. So inside here we should have a timeline component now, which is perfect. And in here we need a few different things. So inside timeline here we want to essentially just iterate through all our tweets. That's all we're doing here for now. So just for each tweet says tweet, and we just have a key in here, and we have the tweet. So inside timeline PHP class, we want to make sure we pass in the view here, and we want to make sure we say public tweet. And again, we need to make sure we're using app models here as well. So with that sorted, we should now be able to head into home to play the PHP in here, and below here we should be able to say Livewire components timeline. And then inside the timeline component again, we just want to essentially get all the tweets that we can get for this. So all we want to do in here is say public function mount. And we're going to have a void in here because we're just saying this tweets. It's going to be set to tweet where no parent ID latest get. So this is basically, we don't want to get comments essentially. And we actually want this to be set to a collection. Just like that. And then inside home here, we should also be able to, so inside the timeline component, we should also be able to say, we could use for else actually. And then we could say empty. And then end for else, and just say no tweets found. So right now we just get no tweets found here, and let's make this actually a dark gray. 200 and regular one 800 maybe. There we go. So if we go into our database now, let's head into the clone here. And in here, let's just create our first tweet. So for this one, we can just go ahead and probably copy a tweet or something like that from another one I've done. So in here, I've created a few tweets before. And now I'm just going to take this tweet here, put that in here. Okay, there may be an issue with that. Let's copy the UID at least. So one UID, hi, and we want to put this as tweet one. One, and then let's copy the UID in here. Say hi. One tweet. Okay, and let's find out what use ID we have here. We have use ID 4. And then we're unable to find component tweet to tweet. So let's go ahead and make that tweet component for now. We're just going to display this tweet inside Livewire, components, tweet. And inside our timeline here, we are going to tweets. And actually we need to rename the folder here to tweets. Sorry, so let's go ahead and make sure we rename that. And then inside here as well, let's rename this to tweets. And in here, let's just make sure we say tweets like that. So in here, for now, we don't necessarily want to display anything because we just want to essentially seeing it being rendered and added here. So even though it may not look very good, let's just go ahead in here and say hello. There we go, it's there. So for now, we're getting the tweets from the database. We can essentially go ahead now and start adding things in here. So inside our tweet here, we should just be able to say public tweet, and let's just call this tweet model instead. There we go. And we could just say tweet body. And we get the text there, perfect. So for now, let's leave it like this and start figuring out how we can actually post anything into our compose form here. So let's go ahead and create a public function submit. Let's go ahead and close these here. And let's start submitting some content here. And also, more importantly, upload images. All right, let's get ahead and start by being able to display the images that we retrieve from here. So inside compose, we have this tweet form here. So in here, we want to make sure we say public, in this case, inside tweet form, we just want public images, and by default set to null. So let's leave it at that for now. And then let's start actually displaying any of these images. So we want to do this essentially around here before we start showing the tweet button here. So we want to just have a div in here. We want to say xShow images, class with form, flex wrap, p2, and a pl14. And then we want to have a few different functions in here. We want to have in here a remove image. Sorry, not a remove image, a render image. And in here we want to have an image pass through. And let's pass through in here saying if type of image equals string, we return the image. If type of it is a file, we will return URL create object URL, and otherwise we'll return an empty string to try to avoid breaking anything. So this is essentially just to avoid breaking anything here. In here we want to just say if this form images as image, and if, and in here we want to have a relative with an M1. You want to have an image in here. And in here we want to have an alt text saying image preview. We want to have the image in here with image temporary URL. I think we can actually get rid of this because we're not using Alpine for this part. So let's leave that for now. So we have this temporary URL. And then we'll just have a few styling here for the image. Just some basic styling. And then below that, we want to have a button in here. And this is going to go through to remove image. And then here we want to pass through loop index. We can just say for now and times, And let's make sure we also add in the type button and the styling for this one here. Just some basic styling here. We can always make that prettier later on if we want to. And in here we want to create a public function remove image. And in this case, all we want to do in there is put in a quick function here, which is going to be checking the index and removing it there. We also want to say use with file uploads here. And let's take a look at what this looks at now. So currently we're getting an issue here. And I think the reason for that is because we need to iterate through these images as well. So let's just quickly get rid of that in here and say for each this form images as image and we also need to get rid of that up here. You probably noticed that already. So if I go ahead now, I should be able to upload something like this here, and it currently doesn't seem to work. So let's open up inspector element. Okay, there's no error there, so let's go ahead and see what's going on with this one here. We want to say wire model form.images. There we go. And it gets removed easily. Perfect. So now we're ready to compose. So for now, inside compose, we want to first and foremost use this form validate. We want to say tweet is going to be equal to auth user tweet create. We want to import the tweet enum here, and then we want to say if empty, and in this case we're just going to say this form. So if it isn't empty, sorry, this form images, and in here we're going to basically iterate through each image and use the Spatty media library to add them in there. So let's go ahead and get media library installed. There we go. So in here we should be able to just go ahead and say required publish order configuration, migrated, and then inside the tweet model, in here let's say extends model implements has media, use intax with media, and inside the user model we also want to make sure we have a tweet relationship there. So this is just a simple has many relationship here. And then we should just be able to, in here inside where we're composing, essentially add all these images to a media collection. So with that sorted, we should be able to go ahead now and say broadcast a new tweet created, and then this form reset, and also add this for the current user, for the signed-in user, the tweet into the timeline. Or if you're not the currently signed-in user, instead what you can do is you can add it into broadcast it. So we're going to do those things. But first and foremost, let's see if we can just create a tweet with or without an image. So I'm just going to go ahead and say hi. And let's go into here and see if we have another tweet. Currently it doesn't look like it, so we probably need to hook this up here. So let's go ahead and go up here. We want to make sure we go ahead and say submit .prevent tweet. And inside here, we just want to have a tweet function. And we want to say this wire tweet. And then we want to reset the form. For resetting the form, all we want to do is go ahead and do this. So for this, we just want to go ahead in here and say this images, this circular progress here. On that, we can leave this update circular progress for now. So let's go ahead and see if we can post this. And let's see what happened in the database. It didn't go through, so let's get ahead and see what this image is again. And which component are we talking about here? So I think it's because we need to call this tweet, because we're calling in here a tweet method. So let's go back in and say something. And that's better. So now we're getting a different error. So let's go in here to tweet compose form, and let's go in and say validate max 280, and say validate array. Let's see how that goes. So that didn't get stored, but let's see if we actually reach the method at first. So let's just go ahead and say dd tweet. Let's go ahead and set in some error handling here. So what we want to do is inside our compose, specifically for the body, we just want to have something just below the text area here. And we also want to add something similar for the image here, which we can, for now, just add down here at the bottom here. And that's the problem here. So let's go in and for now just set this to nothing and just only validate the text. And we get something in here where we get content. So let's go in and make sure we correct this to be body. Let's go ahead and delete this. There we go. And I can just continuously tweet here and we get more and more tweets. So this is our Twitter clone for now. No, just joking. Let's get on to a bit further with this. So for now, what we want to go ahead and do is we want to inside our timeline here. So we want to create a function which is going to be adding a tweet directly from here. So let's say public function add tweet. And we want to just say in here on add tweet. In here we want to pass through a tweet ID, and we want this to be just a void. Then we want to say tweet equals to tweet find tweet ID, and if we find the tweet, we want to prepend it into our tweets here. because we're using a collection here, we can easily just go ahead and do that. So for that done now, let's go ahead and see. Okay, so it didn't get added. Let's see if there's any issues here. We need to obviously hook it up in here. So let's go ahead and say this dispatch. And in here, we want to just go ahead and say event. It's going to be at tweet. Tweet ID is going to be tweet ID. There we go. So now we're adding it automatically on this end here. So now on to the other part. We need to essentially broadcast this. So what we want to go ahead and do is inside here, we want to make PHP and make event. And I'm going to put this inside a tweets folder. Call this tweet was created. And inside tweet was created, we want to implement should broadcast now. If you implement should broadcast, it'll pass it on to a queue, but if you use should broadcast now, it will go on immediately. In here, we want to have a public tweet. And in here, we just want to pass through on a public channel that a tweet was created. And we just want to pass through the tweet ID. And then in here, what we can go ahead and say is public function. And let's call this function in this case listen for tweet. And then we want to say on. In this case, we're going to say echo tweets. Tweet was created. And in this case, we just want to go ahead and do pretty much the same thing in here. But in this case, we have to say tweet and tweet, because we're basing it on this here. Although we should call this ID, so let's go ahead and just say tweet ID, just like that. So it's almost the same function here, just a tiny bit different. So with that sorted, we now should be able to listen for this real time. So let's go ahead and open up Safari. And let's go to xclone yt.test. Let's go ahead and register. Let's register as Taylor here. There we go. So now we're registered as two different people here. We just need to set up our broadcast connection. So let's go ahead and do that in here now. So what we're going to ahead and do in here is we can essentially set up a broadcast connection using Reverb here. So let's go ahead and say php reverb start. And let's go ahead and add the different variables. So what we want to do in here, essentially, let's go into env file for reference here. So we're using port 8080, host 0.0.0, and host name, in this case, is going to be xclone IT.test. And we also want to add the box so we can see what's going on. So for now, if we go in here, we should be able to essentially see this happening on the other side. Hi Taylor. Gets added there. It didn't seem like it got added here, so let's go ahead and see if we need to maybe refresh here as well. Didn't seem to go through, so let's see if we can find the WebSockets here. Also in here, let's see what happened. So we did it on channel tweets. Maybe because we're doing this inside a folder, we actually just need to say in timeline here. Let's try again. Okay, let's take a look at why this is not working for me. So let's go into our database and just get rid of all these tweets here. Start from new. And let's keep this here, but actually want to just add this into here, into without an array, essentially. Just like this. We don't want to have an array inside here. So let's see how this goes on now. Okay, let's try to see if we can just die dump on tweet. It still doesn't seem like we're being retrieving this here, so let's go ahead and see why that may be. Maybe for now, if we try to move this event and see if it's just to do with it being inside folder, just into here. And see if that fixes it. Oh, actually broadcasting the event may also help. So let's go ahead and do that first. So let's go ahead and say broadcast, new, tree created, tweet was created in here. And let's broadcast that to others. So I think if we just go ahead now, we should be able to essentially broadcast this here. There we go. So if I go in here and say morning, for example, that seems to work. So that's all for this video. Thank you very much for watching it. In the next video, we're going to be styling the tweet up so it actually looks like something valuable. Please hit the like and the subscribe button, and I'll see you in the next video. Alright, in this video, we're going to go ahead and style the tweet section. So for now, we'll just style for if it wasn't a reply, just a regular tweet. So we're going to have border bottom and border top, border gray 200, dark border dim 200. We're going to have a hover BG gray 100 and a dark hover BG dim, in this case 300. Cursor should be pointer. Transition duration we should set to 350 or 300 actually, sorry. Ease in, out, PB form, modal, border right for now. So let's go ahead and make sure we have that. So outside of that, we also need to make sure we have in here a component which is going to be the user component. So let's go ahead and make that. PHP make Livewire, and we're going to call this tweet components tweets, In this case, tweet user. Okay, so for now, let's go ahead into our resources, views, Livewire, components, tweets, and this one we need to make sure we move in there, and also refactor it. So let's rename it. Let's head into our app, Livewire, components, and move this into trees here. Let's call this tweet user. Make sure we return a view. We want to have a tweet in here. So use app models tweet as tweet model. Like that. Perfect. And then inside here now, let's go ahead and just add this component as Livewire, components, tweets, tweet user, tweet, tweet. There we go. And then we want an anchor tag, which is going to be for the tweet body. And then we want below PL16 for sharing, liking, and copying, and so on. So let's just keep the tweet body in here for now. Make sure we're inside here. Get rid of this. There we go. Perfect. So inside the anchor tag here, we want to have the following classes added, and the wire navigate hover. And then in here we want to have paragraph, and we can add a few classes in here as well. We just want a few classes in here, so let's go ahead and add it. There we go. So let's go ahead and add in the tweet user now. So let's go ahead in here. Let's say class flex string 0 p4 pb 0. In here we want to have an anchor tag. Wire navigate set on. And we also want to have a few different diffs in here. So let's just go ahead and copy that in here. So there we go. So all we're doing here is we're adding in the user image for the tweet, adding in the name, adding in a picture here if they are verified. So I think we may not have added that to the create users table. So we will leave that out for now, but we can add this back in later. And we then add the created as diff for human. So you can see this now looks way more like a tweet, which is perfect. So with that sorted, we now just need to create a component in here. PHP Artisan make Livewire. In this case, we're going to call this inside components, tweets, tweet actions. So we're going to have Livewire, components, tweets, tweet actions, tweet. And inside tweet actions, we need the following different things here. So in here, we need to add in the following HTML classes here. And then here we need to add in the different icons here. So for now, let's go ahead and add in the first icon here. Let's add 0. You can see we have 0 comments now. Perfect. That's fine. And then let's go ahead and add in another div here. And in here we want to go ahead and add another icon. And then let's go ahead and add in one for the like button here. So class like that. Again, you can find these icons online. And then we just need to add the share icon here. This will all be available online on the GitHub repo as well if you need it. So this is how we're going to have it look like now. So that's all for this video. Thank you very much for watching it, and I'll see you in the next one. Let's go ahead and make a drop down here for when we want to retweet something. So in here, we need to create a blade component here, and let's call this PHP Artisan make component, and let's call this inside the tweets folder, and let's call this tweet action drop down. And we also want a tweet action drop down item. So inside tweet action drop down, in here we want to have a few different things. So for the tweet drop down, we want to go ahead in here and say X data. We're going to have this set to open and false by default. Class relative. Then in here we want a button, and we want a template. In here we want a div, and we want a slot in here. In here we want the trigger. So that's what the icon will be and so on. So we want to have an xref button, because if you remember in here we did set up the anchor plugin here as well, so that's perfect. So we can go ahead and use that so it automatically changes where it is positioned. Open equals to the opposite of open. A class flex. And in here we want to say x if open. And then in here we want to have a class in here saying absolute dark bg gray 900, bg gray 100 for light mode, set 50, rounded large, width of 56, overflow hidden and a shadow. We also want to have an X show in here for open. We want to have an X cloak. X anchor is going to be, in this case, refs.button. Click is going to be equal to the opposite of open. We want in here to have a click dot outside. So when we click outside this, it's going to be equal to false. And then we just want an X transition dot enter. Duration is going to be 400. And let's have a leave duration as well. Let's set that to 500. So let's take a look at how this would look like if we started implementing it in here. So where we want to implement this is going to be inside where we have the retweet button. So if we go ahead, it should be this one here. So if we go ahead and say X tweet action drop down X slot trigger, and then we also inside here, outside of the slot, we just want to have for now just some random content. And let's look at how that would look now. Let's also go ahead and make sure we say X tweets and actually I don't think we need this inside the tweet folder, because to make it simple, let's just keep it outside of it. So let's go into our app here, open up, view, just add this inside the regular components directory. Delete this here. Make sure you update the namespace, get rid of this here. Set components folder, let's go ahead and move these two out. We want to just have one column there. Then it says undefined variable trigger, so let's go ahead and make sure we have that working here as well. So we have X slot trigger here. In here we need to see if this works now. Still gives an undefined variable of trigger, so let's go ahead and see why that may be the case. We need to spell this correctly, of course. So at the moment, nothing is really happening here. Let's go ahead and see what our app here says here. Inside the console, it's just about the WebSocket. So at the moment, nothing is happening. So let's go ahead and add some text in here. We need to, I think, call this X if true, because this is just an issue to fix a transition issue when you open it. So there we go. That's perfect. So let's go ahead and get rid of this text here. Let's go ahead and say X tweet action dropdown item. And let's see what we add in here. In here, we just need to add a few different classes. So let's go ahead and add them. And then just a slot in here. That's it. So we could say, for example, retweet. Obviously, in this one here, we need to go ahead and get rid of this text. Just like that. And we can then go ahead and say another item here for quote. And I think we want to actually go ahead and change this hover here to 900. There we go. So this looks a bit better now. So even if we decide to do this on the bottom one here, it would go up to the top, and here it'll go to the bottom as default position, which is perfect. So it works nicely here responsively, and it doesn't interfere with the screen. So that's perfect. So that's all for this video. Thank you very much for watching it, and I'll see you in the next one. Alright, so in this video, we're going to be moving this retweet and quote tweet into its own component here. This is simply just to simplify the process. So if we go ahead and here say PHP artisan make Livewire components, and in this case, we're going to put it on the side tweets. I'm going to call this retweet action, just like that. And then all we have to do is take this bit here and let's say Livewire components tweets, and then we call this retweet action. Pass through a tweet. In here, we just need to copy and paste this bit in. And let's take a look at this. So currently, we need to go inside retweet action. In here, let's make sure we are rendering a view. There we go. So let's take a look at this. Undefined variable tweet. Let's look at inside at tweet actions. In here, we want to have a view, public tweet modal as tweet. Like this, and then we want to just go inside to the tweet component. There we go. So we should have exactly the same functionality. Click anywhere outside of it and it will stop. That's fine. Perfect. So all we have to do now is basically inside retweet action here is we're going to go ahead and create a function here. So let's call this public function get we tweet count, and this will return a string or an integer. So the reason why this may return a string or an integer instead of just a specific amount. So if we go in here, put 1, then you will see we have that number there. But we want to go ahead and say this, and then we want to just get this. The reason for that is because we can then use, in this case, real-time functionality to automatically update this function here. So in here, I just want to return for now a number. And let's just say abbreviate a very large number here. And we get 20k. So that's basically what we're doing here. But if I, for example, just put in 2, it'll just say 2. So that's why it could be both a number or string we get returned here. So what we want to do actually in this case is we want to get the amount of retweets we've had. And to do that, what we can go ahead and say in here is return the number abbreviate. In here, we just want to return this tweet retweets count. So inside our tweet model, we don't have a retweet functionality yet, so let's go ahead and add that. So all we want to do in here is essentially just go ahead and say public function retweet as many, return this has many, and we want to go ahead and close this. We want to put in the tweet class, and in here then we just want to have a original tweet ID. And you can see all of these have now got 0. If we go into our database here, into our here, we could go ahead, just refresh this. We could go ahead and say that this one here is going to be related to ID number 11. And if we put text in here, that will be a quote, but if we don't put text in here, it's not a quote. So you can see that this one now has 1 here, which is perfect. And then what we should be able to go ahead and do in here now is actually just listen for changes here. So inside our tweet actions, we should actually be able to tell in this case using echo if we have any changes. So let's go ahead and start on that now. So on echo tweets, and we want to go ahead and create something here. So let's go ahead and say PHP and make event, and let's call this retweet count updated. In here, we just want to go ahead and say retweet count updated. And inside this one here, we need to just have a few different things. So we need to implement should broadcast now. And otherwise, we just need to have a pretty simple thing here, which is just the ability to get into trees, and the likes can also be passed through if we want to. We just need the tweet ID primarily here. So basically that's all we need. We send this through to the tweet channel, pass it through here. So when we retweet, we should now be able to get an update here. Right now, this won't work fully, so that's because we need to implement the retweet functionality. But it shouldn't be too difficult to do that. So that's how we basically get the count and how we will be listening for retweet updates. In the next video, we're going to start working on retweets, then work our way up to quotes, likes, and then adding images, and so on. So that's all for this video. Thank you very much for watching it, and I'll see you in the next tutorial. Let's go ahead and start Reverb. So to do that, we're going to use Reverb start. We're going to put the host as 000, port at 8080, and the host name is whatever you're going to call the application. And I always like to have debug on so I can see what events are being triggered in case anything goes wrong. So that's all we need for this is because we created this retweet count update, we also need to create a retweet updater. So we're going to start working on essentially having retweeting working completely. So to do that, all we want to go ahead and do is inside here, we have all the things we need for the count. Inside retweet action, we're getting the information here. So I want to go ahead and create a public function retweet. I'm just going to also have one here called undo retweet. So we're going to have two different functions here. One is going to be for retweeting and one is going to be for undoing it. Alright, so let's go ahead and just minimize this here to have a bit more space. And then in here, essentially, we can go into our retweet action. So let's go ahead and close this and just have the two one open that we need. There we go. In here, we basically need to have a way to distinguish between retweeted items and non-retweeted items. So let's go ahead and do that. So I want to go ahead and essentially inside our user model, in here we want to go ahead and check if user has retweeted something. So what we can go ahead and do is we can create a function in here called has retweeted. And all we want to do in here is just check if it contains, in this case, if this contains, and we want to return a boolean, by the way, this tweet ID. So we just want to pass through a tweet here, just like that. We want to, in here, go ahead and get any retweets a user may have made. So to do that, let's go ahead and say public function retweets. And we want to have a has many relationship. In here, we want to return this has many tweet class where tweet type is equal to retweet. But we also want to have, in this case, because we're going to count, in this case also type as quote. We could also do it in another way. This right here, this is just one way to do it, but this will work for now. So this would basically check if we have retweeted something. So all we should have to do in here now is we can go ahead and modify our bit in here where we're going to go ahead and essentially change the classes around. So I'm going to go ahead and copy that over. And let's go ahead up here and make sure that we put this in here. So we check has retweeted, text green, dark text white, text gray, and add all these other classes here. At the moment, we haven't retweeted any of these except for this one. So let's go ahead and check. We have two users here. So we logged in as user number 4, and this one is logged in as user number 4. So in this case, we should be able to see it, but let's just go ahead and make sure that we can go ahead in here and just pass through this of user. So this is still set to 0 here. So if we go ahead in here where we have the one we retweeted, number 11, let's check that to be Taylor's tweet. Okay, so let's go ahead and see why this is not working fully. So I think the reason for this not working is because in here we need to change the type. So if we go ahead in here where we have this set here, let's put this in as a retweet. There we go. Now we have this one highlighted, the rest of them are not. So because of this now, what we should be able to do is in here, you can say undo retweet or retweet, depending on the case. And then inside here we can also go ahead and essentially check and retweet and delete retweet. So let's go into here and start working on how we will retweet something. So we want to say tweet equals to this tweet retweets create use ID and type as retweet. We want to have a broadcast new retweet count updated this tweet and in this case we want to pass through this tweet to others. And for the new tweet created, which we can also use here, we can just put tweet to others. And then because we already have this timeline component here, in here we have add tweet. We can just go and say this add, this dispatch event add tweet ID. And what we want to go ahead and do as well is we want to hook up this here. So what I'm gonna do actually is I'm gonna go ahead and in here say if, and just say end if, and we want to have an else instead. So we can simplify the code like this. So in this case we want to have a span retweet, span undo retweet, and here we want to say wire click retweet. And I think in here we want to check the database first and foremost. Yes, we created this one here, so let's delete the retweets for now. In here, I think we in the timeline component, we take through a tweet ID, but we do it essentially like inside tweet was created. So what we can go ahead and do is essentially go ahead and say in this case if tweet so we want to call this tweet ID, and that's I think the issue there. So if we go ahead and try to retweet, automatically shows up here, and it would also automatically update in the browser for events. So in here we can then go ahead and say wire click delete retweet or undo retweet. And then here we just want to go ahead and say retweet equals to this tweet retweets where use ID is equal to auth ID first, retweet delete. And then we're gonna go ahead and say broadcast new retweet count updated. And we're gonna go ahead and broadcast another one here, which is gonna be for tweet deleted. So let's go ahead and create that. PHP has to make event tweet deleted. And I'm gonna call this actually specifically tweet was deleted. So let's go ahead and import that. In here we want to pass through the retweet. This, and in this case, we're gonna go ahead and dispatch event delete tweet with a tweet ID. So inside here, what we want to go ahead and do is just add this bit here. So we're just going to go ahead and pass through the tweet ID. Implements should broadcast now. And then inside the timeline, you just want to go ahead and create a delete tweet. Which is essentially just going ahead and rejecting it here. And for listening for it, we can work on that in a bit. But for now, let's just go ahead and see if we can go ahead and undo retweet. And that did not work. We want to call this tweet ID specifically. There we go. So that works now. And for broadcasting it, we just want to go ahead and do something similar to here. We want to call this listen for deleted tweets. And in this case, we want to go ahead and essentially do the same as here, but we want to go ahead and say tweet and ID, because we're doing essentially the same in here as we're doing in tweet was created. Only difference is we need to call it ID, not tweet. So in here, let's see why there's an error. Import the modal twice. Okay, and if we go ahead and under the retweet, it still works. The count isn't triggered, so we need to figure out why that's the case. But I think we will do that in the next video. Thank you very much for watching this video, and I'll see you in the next one. So let's get started with creating a model for the entities. So we're going to call this entity, and we're going to add a migration to this. So inside the models, so with the entity created, let's go ahead and go into our create entities table. The entities we're going to basically have is the ability to store, in this case, usernames, links, hashtags, whatever you want to do, which we will extract upon a tweet being created. So we want to have a foreign ID here. We're just going to go to the tweet ID. We want this to be unsigned, index, constrained, tweets, cascade on delete. We want a body here. We want a plain body. We want in case here as well a type. And in fact, we should probably put this into something using a enum here. So let's go ahead and create an enum here called PHP and make enum entity type. So inside entity type, we want to have a string. And inside tweet type, we can basically copy and paste this function here, which will allow us then to easily edit into migration like we did last time. So we just want a case in here for now for hashtag and mention. And then if we go in here, we should be able to do what we did in the create tweets table, where we essentially go ahead and copy this over. Entity type. Let's import instead of using namespace. There we go. So basically we're going to get either a mention or a hashtag in here. And outside of that, we also need a foreign ID here for user ID, constraint, cascade on delete, and we need a foreign ID in here. So sorry, for actually no foreign ID. So we'll move this up to the top here. But we need on the bottom here as well an integer for start and an integer for end. So let's go ahead and migrate this now. And we get an error. Yes, I just need to set up my database connection here. There we go. So with that sorted, we now have the ability to at least use the enum here, and we have an entity model. So inside the entity model, we want, in this case, just to set guarded here to empty array. And then we want to write some code where we can essentially work on extracting things out from the tweet. So we'll work on that in the next video. Thank you very much for watching this video, and I'll see you in the next one. All right, let's go ahead and make sure first and foremost we're running npm run dev. And then inside our entity model in here, we want to go ahead and essentially replace this with hashtag so we can extract that. So what we want to go ahead and do first and foremost inside here, I'm going to go in and I'm going to create a folder inside apps called entities. And inside this entities one here, we want to, in this case, move in our entity extractor. Put in namespace for app entities. We're going to have a class in here called entity extractor. So the entity extractor is also going to come with a contract. So let's go ahead and create a contract folder. And let's call this entity extractor contract. In here, we just want to have an entity in here. And for now, let's go ahead and say implements. We just want to make sure we have this namespace in here as well, first and foremost. Just like that. Let's go ahead and make sure we implement entity extractor contract. So the functions we want in here is public function get hashtag entities. In this case, that's going to be an array. We want a public function in here called render entities with links. And in this case, that's going to be a string because it's going to be what data we contain in here. So that will be, And on top of that, we want mention entities as well. So let's go ahead and make sure we get that through here. And that's going to be an array. We also want to have a function in here called get all entities, which is going to be an array. And we also want to have a public function in here. And we're also going to have a match function in here. And let's just go ahead and implement these here. We need to have this as just a function here. And then if you're using an IDE, you can just go ahead and say add method stubs. And that will then pop up with this window here where you can then add them in. And then here we can then do all of the things we want to do. And then here, let's go ahead and say protected. And I think for now, let's just leave those two out of just to simplify it. So go ahead and make sure these are protected. And then the first thing we want to go ahead and do in here is we want to essentially have a constructor in here. In here, we want to have a string. And we're going to set this string to be the string here. Sorry, we should actually just use a public or protected string here actually, so that will work even easier. So that's sorted here. So then we want to have a few constant here. So these are just the regular expressions we're going to be using here, but you can create your own and modify them. So one of them is going to detect the hash tags, and another one is going to detect the mentions. Go ahead and work on building a few different things here. So the first function I want to go ahead and work with is the build entity connection. So inside here, we want to return an array map with a function in here. In here, we want to have entity index. We want to use entities and pass through in here. So we'll just go ahead and make sure we're returning the correct right here. And then in here, we're going to return an array. Down here at the bottom, we just need to make sure we are returning entities with an array keys entity 0. And what we're going to go ahead in here and do is we're going to return the information we need. So we need body, which is going to be entity 0. We need body plane, which is going to be, in this case, entities. Then we're going to have an index in here. We're going to have 0. Then we're going to go ahead and put in the start here. And the start, we can essentially just say start equals entity 1. Start close. And we're going to get then the text here from the entity. And then we're going to basically calculate the end by doing that. And then the type as well. Just like that. We're also going to go ahead and this now we should be able to then go ahead and build get all entities in. So to get all entities, you just want to return array merge in this case. this get hashtag entities and this get mention entities. So let's go ahead and actually just fill out those functions. It's going to be, in this case, containing a tweet entity type. So it's going to be from just the app here. And then for the get mentioned entities, we just want to go ahead and add that in here. So if we go ahead in here, just like that. For the match function, we just want to do a preg match all on in here a pattern. And then for rendering the entities, all we need is just to do a preg replace, basically. So to do that, what we're doing in here is essentially we're adding in a link here, hashtag slash whatever the URL want to be. We can maybe make that a bit better later on, and then we're returning that, replacing. Fine. So with that sorted, what we want to go ahead and do as well, because we need to essentially also have an entity database collection in here. So let's go ahead and add that. A class called entity database collection access collection. We want a public function users collection return user way in, and then we plug the body plane here. So what we want to go ahead and do now is inside our tweet, we want to go ahead and say protected static function boot, and we want to have a parent boot in here. Then we want to have a static, and in this case, created. And then in here, extract these using the entity extractor. So we're basically using a relationship called entities there on the tree model. So we need to create this relationship. And I'm going to actually move have any relationships, because what we can do is we can just copy and paste this in to this one here, just like that. And then we just want to go ahead, create an attribute here. So this attribute is essentially going to go into our extractor here. So we want to go into app entities, turn extractor, and render it with links. So what that should allow us to do is inside our tweet here, we should be able to say, in this case, we can just go in and say tweet with content with links, just like this. And we should be able to say that the same here for the retweet. So for now we have an issue here where in here we can't have this as null. So let's go ahead inside our entity extractor. So let's go ahead and set that by default to be null. Currently, we're not getting any text out of it, so let's go ahead and see what's going on. I think if we go ahead and create a new tree and see if that works. May just be to do with the fact that we have some issue there. And we also need to set up the broadcasting, so let's go ahead and do that. So go ahead and start the reverb and reset the database. So let's go ahead and say hi with a hashtag here. And it still doesn't work. So let's go ahead and take a look at our database here. So inside our database here, we can see we have this entities table, and it didn't. As a starter, let's go ahead into our tree model here and into our entity model actually. So I think we forgot to add a function in here. So inside our entity model, we want to go ahead in here and say public function, new collection. Upon a new collection, we want to then go ahead and say array models equals to an empty array. And we want to return a new entity database connection in here, pass through the models. So let's go ahead inside our tweet again and delete that one as a hashtag. Right? And entity data. And make sure we use the correct namespacing. And let's go ahead and we need to make sure we import correctly. And let's go ahead and see what that looks like in the database now. So it still doesn't seem to be getting it. So let's go ahead into our entity extractor in here. Because we're putting through content when we are supposed to go through a body here. So let's go ahead and say hi and add a hashtag in here. And in this case, we get a different error, so that's great. In this case, let's go ahead and see what happened in our database. So we got a tree pull through, but it doesn't go through to add in the hashtag here. So if we go in here and say item on entity extractor, in this case, tree body, and we say get all entities. So if we go ahead and just add that in here. Complete. All right, let's see what happens now. We get an array in here, and in here we get the hashtag here, and we get it as plain as well. So that seems to be fine. Let's go ahead and on the trees here. inside our entity, make sure it's got set to empty there. That's alright, that's perfect. Tree model here and check if we got the user set up in here. So let's go ahead and check if we got set up inside the entity model. So we need to set essentially the entity because it has a user ID. So let's go ahead and make sure we set that upon creation, because this is where we basically we have a user ID in here. So let's go ahead in here and say user ID. In this case, it's going to be same as. We can essentially grab this from auth ID. So now we at least have the entity in here. Just doesn't seem to be rendering properly. But let's go ahead and see why that may be the case. So let's go ahead and take a look at this attribute we created here, and let's pass through the body instead. And also just go ahead and make sure that in here we are actually getting it with HTML, because we're rendering HTML here. And the same up here. Let's go ahead and refresh. There you go. So let's go ahead and take a look at this now. It appears nicely. So the only thing left to do really is just the styling of this, which we will be doing in the next video, so that you can clearly differentiate between a link in here to tweet and to the user and or hashtag. Thank you very much for watching this video, and I'll see you in the next one. Alright, to get started with, let's head into our app.css file. In this video, we're going to be primarily styling the tweet body. So inside our app.css file, in here, let's go ahead and add tweet body. In here, let's go ahead and apply the class 16 font medium, text gray 800, dark mode text wide, and flex shrink. And then for tweet body paragraphs, in here we want to apply a text blue 500 dark, text blue 400, and a hover underline. Inside our tweet here, in our body, we want to go ahead and apply this now. So all we should have to do here is just say, in our anchor tag, which we have just here, we should just be able to go ahead and apply a body in the paragraph tag inside here. So let's call this tweet body, and let's make sure we do that down here as well. So we should end up with something along these lines here, where we now have a hashtag here. So in here you can see we're basically rendering a link here, because that's the link to the tweet we're going to be having. A link here to a hashtag. We could use whatever link we want, but for now let's just use hashtag hello. And if we went in here and essentially wanted to use a mention, we could just say hi Taylor, and we just, but in this case you can see that this then goes to profile/Taylor. Now other things we want to do inside here is inside our entity part, inside entity extractor, we're generating our content here. So let's go ahead and make this a bit better working. First and foremost, let's go ahead and say on both of them. Let's go ahead and see what that looks like now. So now we've added the wire navigate down here as well, which is going to be a bit helpful. And outside of that, that's basically everything we need for our tweet body for now. So the only other thing I want to go ahead and do now is I want to go ahead and create an ability to copy a URL inside our tweet actions. And that's actually rather simple compared to some of the other, just like we did with this Livewire component. Let's go ahead and say php make Livewire components tweets, and then in this case share action. And now let's go ahead and copy and paste here into there. So we just want to say Livewire components tweets and then share action. Perfect. So let's go into share action. In here, let's make sure we pass through a view public tweet, and let's go ahead and make sure we use the model here. And let's go into share actions here. Perfect. So in here, all we want to do is we want to essentially copy what we had inside retweet actions, except that in this case we and let's copy and paste this SVG. And then we can just go ahead inside our retweet actions and in here add in a drop-down item. Let's go ahead and leave it like that and go ahead and see what it looks like. There we go. So all we need to do now is copy the URL. So let's go ahead and do that. So in here, let's have an X data. And I want to go in and pass copy URL. And let's go ahead and say click, in this case, copy URL. Let's look in here as well, making sure that it is, and it didn't. So let's go ahead. I think it's because we need to essentially do it inside the component here. So we need to have a span. Now it's calling the function exit. And let's also, in the meantime as well, go ahead and add an alert function here. So if we go in, just change this around a bit. All right, let's try to fix this issue. So the reason why it's not working is because there's an issue with Arc browser and API here, but it should work if you're not pass through an URL here called xy or xyt clone.test, and then let's put in a tweet, and in here we can then say we can retrieve the tweet ID here. But let's wait with adding in leave it like this. However, if it doesn't work, it will now give an error here, and otherwise it will have a catch and try statement here. So that's all for this video. Thank you very much for watching it, and I'll see you in the next. Alright, so in this video we want to go ahead and allow us to have links in here along with hashtags and mentions. So the first thing we want to go ahead and do is inside our folder where we have our entity type, we want to go ahead in here and add a case URL. And that's the first thing. So the second thing is inside our entity extractor, we need to add in our URL function here. So what we want to go ahead and do in here is we want to first and foremost create a URL entities. So we're going to say public function get URL entities, return an array. In this here we want to say return this build entity collection, and in this case we want to say this match self URL regex, which we're gonna create now, and we want to have an entity type in here of URL. So what I want to go ahead and do is I want to go ahead and create this up here, and I want to call this const URL regex. And now we have this ability in here to pass through the URL in as well. So what I want to go ahead and do now is we also need to have our all entities function. We need to go ahead and add in this get URL entities. And then inside this function where we're actually rendering it, we want to first and foremost go ahead in here and saying we want to have a new function in there for the hashtag should be fine, and the same one here below for the mentions. And then instead we're going to return it with the URLs here at the bottom, which is going to be through to here. So that's basically the primary things we need in here. So let's go ahead and see how this would work if we say hi and https google.com. We get a error of a new row for relation entities, violation check, constraint entity type check, failing row, and that's probably because we need to update the database here. So let's go ahead and do that. So inside here we should be able to go and say in here we need to say structure, and we need to change this type here. So again, at the moment this won't work because it currently doesn't allow for this one in here. So what we want to go ahead and do in here is let's just add this into the editor here and just see what we got. And we also want to have the same here for a new line. And let's see what happens if we try to do it now. There we go. So let's see what this links look like now. We do not want to use wire navigate for URLs because that's likely to not be into the application. There we go. And we also want to say in here, we could open it in a new link. We don't have to, but that's essentially all for this video. The only other thing we want to check is how it would work if we just said http google.com. And in here, we also need to make sure we put this in correctly, of course. And that seems to work fine. That's perfect. So we're able to add in links here, and it now essentially displays on this page. So that's all for this video. Thank you very much for watching it. Please hit the like and the subscribe button, and I'll see you in the next. In this video, we're going to add the real-time functionality for the like button in the Twitter clone. So if we go into our browser here, or actually so into our editor, and in here we will go into tweet actions, and in here, given we are only really needing to switch between a like and a unlike icon, I don't think we need to have any extra things in here. So if we go in, we should just be able to essentially add the relevant things in here. So to start out with, we want to go ahead inside our tweet actions. And in here, we should create a function in here called public function like. And inside this like function, we want to essentially, first and foremost, check if the user has liked the tweet. So if we go into our tweet model, in here we need to check first and foremost whether someone has liked something. We also need to create the likes table. So if we go in here, you can see that we currently have not created a likes table and a like model. So inside our create likes table, we want to just have some foreign IDs. That's all we need in there. So in here, we just want to have two foreign IDs, one for the user and one for the tweet. So let's go ahead and migrate this now. And then in here, let's go ahead and create a relationship to this. And then we want to be able to check if someone has liked or not liked it as well, because otherwise we are going to be a bit clueless, but we want to do that in the user model instead. So inside the user model, we should be able to then check if someone has liked, took a like, and so on. So let's go ahead and say public function likes has many. In this case, we just want to go in and return this has many like class. Then we also want to go ahead and have a public function in here called has liked. In this case, we want to return a boolean, and we want to just say if it contains the tweet ID. And then inside here, what we should be able to then say is if the user has liked the tweet, we return nothing. Because we want to have a dislike function and we don't want it to accidentally misrepresent or anything like that. So if someone clicks really fast, we don't want them to accidentally like it twice. That would be a bit of a problem. Then we want to go ahead and create a like for the user. We then want to go ahead and broadcast it here. So I'm going to go ahead and broadcast it here. And then we also want to go ahead later on and notify the user when we have set up our dash notification system. But first and foremost, for the essential just showing that it's liked, we just want to create a new event here. And that's just tweets likes updated, which is essentially just our ability to then go up and add in the likes here. So inside tweet likes updated, we just need to have it roughly around like this. And this would then allow us to listen for these changes. We also want to go ahead and create, just like we did before, create a likes count. The same we did for the retweets count. And we want to dispatch an update here when it's updated. And in this case, we can do it up here where we say protected listeners and tweet update. So that should be fine there. Perfect. So let's go ahead inside our tweet action now. And in here, make sure we can now update it upon clicking the like button. So for now, we're just doing it for the like button. In the next video, we're going to do the dislike functionality. So we will just say like. And we just want to go in here now and say this get likes. And in this case, in here, we need to make sure we're also doing it for the correct one here. So I think we currently in here we are on the comment section. So it's gonna be here. We're gonna have to move this up a bit. And we also want to just do it on the div here instead. And let's add this after the div here. Actually, no, we will keep it on the other side. And we need to just go into our like model. There we go. So the only other thing I want to go ahead and do now is essentially use the icon that we want to use for when it isn't liked instead of using the wrong one here. So right now we're using this icon instead, and when it's liked, we're gonna have the other one we had. So that's all for this video. Thank you very much for watching it. In the next video, we will set up the dislike, or not the dislike, but removing the like functionality. Please hit the like and the subscribe button, and I'll see you in the next video. In this video, we're going to be adding the like and dislike functionality, the dislike functionality, so removing the like in this case. So what we can go ahead and do is, first and foremost, let's go ahead and add a condition here saying if user has liked the tweet, in that case, we want to show one thing, and if it isn't liked, we want to show the like button. So for the other one here, we just want to go ahead and essentially show this one where we are now able to then see that the user has, in this case, disliked it. And what we can go ahead and do then is create a function in here, which we can call dislike. And all we want to do in here is just say auth user likes where tweet ID is the same as tweet ID deleted. And then we just want to go ahead and broadcast this to others. And we want to have this as a void. So what we're doing here is we are essentially now showing whether someone has liked or disliked it, and the counter now automatically will update depending on which one you want to like or dislike, which essentially allows us to have a bit more control over our application. Now, the other thing we can go ahead and do here to make sure that this works neatly is we could go ahead and ensure that this is in a different component if you want to. I think this may be a bit overkill for this, but it's totally up for you. We also need to remove the different text colors here, so let's just make sure we don't have duplicate ones here. But yeah, that's all for this video. Thank you very much for watching this video, and I'll see you in the next one. In this video, we're going to be setting up the styling for the profile page. So for this, we need to essentially go ahead and create a Livewire component. So if we go inside our resources folder and inside our views, Livewire, and we have this profile here, but we want to go inside pages for this one specifically. And we have this profile page here where we're then going to go ahead and display the profile page. So first and foremost, let's go ahead into our profile component here and make sure we use the correct layout. So now if you go in here, you can see this is just an empty page, which is fine for now. For now, we're just going to be setting up a bit of the styling for this page. This is going to take a couple of videos to go through. So I want to set this as hide screen. I want to have a flex in here with a justify center. And then we want to have in here a main with raw as main, class as height of screen. And we're also going to just have a quick inline style here just for the width of this. And then essentially what we want to go ahead in here and do now is we're going to have a width of 3/5, border Y0, border gray 800, and then dark border gray 200 for now. And then we're going to have a border top in here with a border gray 700. Actually, so we're going to swap these around here. So we can see the border is already created up here. And then what we want to go ahead and do now is you can create a component here, which we're going to call profile. We're going to call this edit profile, which will show and allow us to edit the profile as well. So let's say Livewire components profile, edit profile, we pass through the user. Then let's say edit profile. In here we want to say public user. And then inside this page here, we just need to have a class of border gray 800, which is for dark mode, border gray 200. And then we also want to go ahead in here and have another div in here, which is going to have all these classes. And let's just see how this looks like now. So up here, we basically are just going to have the profile page and an icon here to go back. So this is just this SVG icon to go back. And then down here, we're going to have a counter where we're going to count how many trees there are. So you're going to have an MX2. You're going to have a H2 with an MB0, text extra large, font bold, text gray 900, and we're going to have a dark text wide. And then in here we're going to have username, and we're going to have another paragraph in here. And then here we're going to have user tweets account. And then you can see we have 7 trees, the username up here, and the back icon. Now the back icon we will make dynamic later on, but that's basically the first part of this profile page in here. The second part we're going to be doing is essentially the user card, but we'll be working on that in the next video. Thank you very much for watching this video. Please hit the like and the subscribe button, and I'll see you in the next one. Alright, let's continue on with this part here. So after this arrow down here and everything, we want to have another div, and then we want to have a width full, a BG cover, BG no repeat. We also want to have a BG center. And in there, we want to have a style with the user banner. So inside our create users table, we did send a banner path. So let's go ahead and add that into styling here. So let's say style, in this case, height 200 pixels, background image. In this case, it's going to be UL. It's going to be to, let's just add this in like this. Otherwise, we're just adding in a placeholder image. So I'm going to add this onto a new line. And I'm also going to make sure that we are then essentially going ahead and displaying this. And in here we'll just say user name banner photo. And then below that we want to have a P4 with a relative and a flex and width full. And then we want to go ahead in here and now say flex 1, and then here we're going to have a profile photo, which does look a little bit out of place right now, but we will fix that later on. Because right now I think the banner picture is not properly loading, so let's go in here. And let's check why this is not loading here. So we first and foremost want to make sure inside create users table we are using banner path. In this case we are both going in and trying to render this one here. So the other thing we can do in here now is essentially making sure that this banner image is properly rendering. Now to fix this, let's go ahead in here and make sure we are displaying this correctly here. So we will go ahead and create a function for this instead later on that we can call to get the banner image when we are able to upload one. So now you can see we have this lovely picture here, and let's go ahead now inside here now and ensure we can go on and display a bit more. So we're gonna go essentially below this avatar here, but not too far. So inside this flex one, actually sorry, just below the flex one, we want to have a flex column, and a text right. And then here we want to have edit profile. And that's going to be a button essentially. So for this button, let's go ahead and make sure we are displaying the correct bits in here. So I'm going to go ahead and make a button in here. Type button. And then here, let's go ahead and add a class. And we essentially want to go ahead and add all these classes here. And let's call this edit profile. There we go. And then otherwise, we're going to have a follow button if we're not editing the profile. But for now, the way we can essentially check that is say if user ID is equal to auth user ID. In that case, we want to go in here and say else as well. So let's maybe go ahead and do this inside the correct space. Otherwise, we want to show a follow button. But for now, for the follow button, we don't want to start working on it or anything like that yet, because we don't actually have that function yet. So let's go ahead and just say button, class, type, in this case, button. And then we want to go ahead for now and we can leave the classes exactly like we did down here. And later on we can start working on the follow button. And this would for example be if we went to, in this case, let's say /Taylor. You can see we have the follow button instead. So the rest of this now will be in the next video where we're going to start displaying the information such as when the user account was created, the description, website, and everything else, following and followers count. So we're going to first in the next video start working on allowing the user to have a follow opportunity first, and then we're going to start working on adding in the ability to edit the profile and all the other functionalities that comes along with that. Thank you very much for watching this video. Please hit the like and subscribe button, and I'll see you in the next one. Let's get started with creating a new model in here, and let's call that follower. Gonna add a migration into there. So we're gonna go into create, in this case, follow model. So we can find that inside our database folder, inside migrations. In here, we need to add some information that we can then associate followers with. So let's close down our editor a bit here so it looks a bit neater. In here, let's have a foreign ID of user ID. And it's going to be constrained on cascade on delete. And we're also going to go ahead and have a follow ID. And this one, we want to make sure we specify this is also the users table. And we can also go down here and say table unique. And we're going to have follow ID in an array here and user ID. Both of them need to be unique in this case. We should also have timestamps in here. So let's go ahead and migrate this now. And then inside our user model, we need to set up a few different things. So I'm going to go down here to the bottom and let's go ahead in here and first and foremost create an isFollowing function. So isFollowing And in here, we're going to have this as a boolean. We're going to have a user in here. I'm going to return, in this case, this. And we're going to have a following relationship here. So what we're going to go ahead and do is we're going to have a public function following. And in this case, it belongs to many. So we can go ahead and make sure we also import the relevant classes up here. And then basically down here where we check if it is following, we can go ahead and just check if that exists, the user ID. Perfect. So this user class is also starting to get up to be quite messy, and it's still not even done yet. So we have a lot more to add in. So we are going to be looking at organizing this into a trait as well. So we're going to have following trait basically to make it a bit simpler. We're also going to have a followers function, which again is going to relate to the user ID instead of the follower ID, and we're then going to go ahead and add with timestamps to both of them. And the other thing we want to go ahead and do is add in a toggle follower function here. So let's go ahead and call it toggle follow. This is going to be a void. We want to pass in a user here. And if this is following user, in that case, let's go ahead and say this following detach user, and otherwise this following attach user. And then we also want to notify user of new follower when we get to the notification panel. And I want to go ahead now essentially to make this a bit better in here. I'm going to go ahead and create a trace folder. And in this, I'm going to create a follow trait. Has followers, let's call it that. And then here we're going to have a namespace, add models trait. We're going to use the user model. And then let's go ahead and add anything related to following in there. Make sure we import the other classes here as well. Let's go up here and say use has followers. So basically what we're doing now is tidying up this class here, and we're going to add in more traits as we get along with the course, because otherwise you're going to end up having a bunch of functions for this user class here. And while you could argue that you may only want to use a trait if it's reusable somewhere else, and it could potentially be reusable somewhere else for your use case, it's also a good way to just tidy up an application when it gets very large in here, because you don't want to have a user class of 500 lines. It's going to be impossible to figure out where all the code is. So in that case as well, it's good to use a trait. It's either for reusability or for organizing and reducing the size of a class and to easier figure out where things are in an application. But that's essentially all for this video. Thank you very much for watching it. Please hit the like and subscribe button, and I'll see you in the next one. Alright, let's get started with doing some more work on the edit profile page. So inside our edit profile page, we got so far to allow a follow button in here. So for this follow button, we want to display, depending on if you're following the user, follow or unfollow. Given in the last video inside the user trait has followers, we created an ability to check if someone is following each other. So what we can go ahead and do now is essentially just do a small condition here instead. So this condition will then allow us to check if we are following or not following someone. And then all we have to do is just have a function here inside our edit profile class called toggle follow. Now, edit profile may be a bit of a bad name for this, but we can always rename it to something more appropriate later on. So we can go ahead in here and say toggle follow. Let's make sure this is a void in here. And then inside toggle follow, let's make sure we are, in this case, just toggling the follower count. So if I go in now, all we want to do is just say toggle follow, and then we want to dispatch no update in here. So the way we can refresh this is by saying protected listeners update profile page refresh. That will then go ahead and refresh the page. So all we have to do now is just make sure that it toggles the follow account here, and we then essentially go ahead and trigger the toggle follower function we have in here. We're going to be notifying the user as well later on when we have the notification sensor set up. But for now, let's go in here. You can see that we have this profile page here. We can also go ahead inside this profile page and make sure that this border in here, we don't need to have border and border 4. We put this for dark mode, and then for light mode, we just say border gray 100 for now. Let's see how that looks. Actually, I'm going to say 200. There we go. Alright, so now we have this edit profile here if you are the user, but what if you go to select, for example, Taylor? So in here we can then go ahead and click follow. The moment it will say an issue here because we have a follow from raw attribute. So first and foremost, let's go ahead and make sure that we have everything in here migrated. We do, and let's take a look at the database as well. Alright, so in here we now have this follower table. And in here we should be able to go ahead and follow someone. But at the moment we get call to undefined method, app models follower from raw attribute. So let's take a look at our follower model as well. In here we can actually go ahead instead and say extends, because it's a pivot table, you can say extends from pivot. And there we go. Now we are essentially able to follow the user. So instead of using a regular model here, we're just having a pivot here, which is using a relationship in here from Eloquent. So that's a neat way to do this, but at the same time, we can add functions in here and we just have the class sling around here. So it's up to you if you want to essentially use this pivot functionality, but I can go ahead and I can unfollow, and then if we take a look at the database, you can see that this disappears and it appears again. So that's essentially how we are able to follow a user, but we also want to display the follower count on a profile page. So if we go ahead and let's go ahead and get rid of this for now and hide that essentially. And then underneath here, we want to have a space Y1 with a justify center. And we also want a widthful empty-free ML-free. And then we want in here another div. And in this case, we just want to have the username and also the name. So you can see we now have Taylor appearing here with the name as well, Taylor. And at the moment, this follower button also seems to be having a bit of a shadow upon hover. So let's get rid of that because I think that looks a bit strange. So at least make that to a shadow small. I think for now, let's just get rid of the shadow for this aspect here. And then in here, we now have this information. We are at the very bottom also going to display a follower account. We're also going to have a profile description. So I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to add this information in here. So for now, let's just add a comment in here. And we will have description and everything there. And then below that, we will have the follow information. So you can see we now have this information here where we display how many followers we have. If we go into, for example, create users table, in here you can see that we currently have profile photo path, website, and description. So we can essentially go ahead and display that information now. So this is really just an SVG in here along with printing out the information. So we have this SVG in here which you can get from the course material on GitHub if you want to. And then in here we just have the date that you were created. Let's just format this a bit neatly. And in this case, for now the SVG, we will leave it like this. It doesn't look ideal. We can go ahead and just format it a little bit better. We have the website here as well. And we can say target in here blank. So if we go into the database now, inside the users information here, let's go ahead and say https:/laravel.com for Taylor, and hello there. You can now see that we have this nice information as well. And then let's go up and add the description as well on top of the website. You now see we have this information where we have all of that. And also let's go ahead and make sure that we wrap this inside another div here, because to have a bit of more color and the right text. So I'm gonna just copy paste this in again, sorry. And let's go ahead and make sure we have this looking good here. So for now, this is essentially what it looks like, but I think to make sure this is looking correct, I'm just gonna go ahead and make sure I copy this in here. I think we need to move this in here. I'm gonna go ahead and actually just make sure we have the correct styling here for the user card. Let's go ahead and make sure that we have everything below here. Just copy it in so it looks correct. And then let's go ahead and make sure we add in this color here as well. So let's go to the image here. Let's make sure that we remove the border here. Make sure this is dark mode again. And say border gray. 200 otherwise. And this looks a bit better now. So essentially, this is roughly what we're ending up with here. For now, let's get rid of this wired dispatch here because we're not done with editing the profile page. That's still going to be a whole other part of this course. But essentially, we should end up with something along these lines here. Again, it will be available on GitHub as well. And you can see it will automatically update the follower count down here below, depending on if you're following them or not. And if I go back to my own profile page, that's the next thing we're going to be working on. In the next video, we're going to start linking to the different people's pages here. But before we get to that, I want to just go ahead and make sure inside our after CSS that we have text gray 800 and that we have this color in here as well. Should be the right one. So let's take a look at this. So we want to have this as text gray. That actually just take this dark could work here. And for this one, we just want to make sure that it is text blue 400. But I think for now, what we actually need to do is inside our file where we have our entity extractor, let's go ahead and make sure we add a class in here saying tweet body link. And then whenever we have in here inside our CSS, we will then say text for the tweet body link instead. And for tweet body A, we want to just say apply the same actually as up there. Except for actually we just want to apply the color. So let's go ahead and make sure we do that. So currently this seems to still be having an issue here, but we can go ahead and change that inside our tweet component here, tweet the blade of PHP. This is just for dark mode, we want it to be text white, but for regular mode, we want it to be text black. Let's go ahead and make sure this is the same in here for the retweet body. All right, so only thing now is just making sure that we could actually go ahead now and just say tweet body A instead and get rid of that bit we added inside here. So let's get rid of these classes. There we go. So now it starts looking somewhat nice again. So that's all for this video. Thank you very much for watching this video. Please hit the like and subscribe button, and I'll see you in the next tutorial. Over the next few episodes, we're going to be working on an infinitive scroll functionality. So the first thing we want to go ahead and do is just go into our Livewire part and create a component. So make Livewire. We want to set this inside the components folder. And if we take a look at how we have structured this folder in here, we have, in this case, got tweets where we have tweet and everything there. So what we want to go ahead and do in here is we want to have a timeline chunk component, which is going to go ahead and chunk things for our infinitive scroll functionality. But before we even get started with that, we want to take a look at from the front end perspective of how we would do that. So the first video here would just be setting things up, not actually getting it working. And then over the next few videos, we will get it working, and we will also have to head into our timeline and refactor this code so that we can listen for deleted, added, and retweets and so on being appended into here, because we're not going to be using a collection when we are done with this to add infinitive scroll. So let's get started with installing the relevant code here. So first and foremost, inside our app.js, we can go ahead and install a directive here. So we want to have a plugin essentially for this. So I'm going to go ahead and use npm install here. And we just want to go ahead and install an Alpine plugin here, which is called Intersect. That's going to allow us to use an Intersect observer, which uses the intersection observer API. So what we can go ahead and do now is just say import Intersect from here. We can then say Alpine plugin Intersect, just like that. So what that allows us to do now is to essentially set up an intersection observer. So inside our timeline.blade.php, we have this condition here. We're actually going to be chunking this so that it can work super smoothly and really fast and without creating a hassle in terms of loading a lot of queries through. So what we want to go ahead and do inside our timeline file is, for now, we will leave this out for now, but what we want to go ahead and do is we want to have a div in here. And let's add a class in here with a translate y of 32. And we don't want to have anything inside this div for now. We just want to add this in here. This is an intersection observer we're going to be using. So we're going to have x intersect. And we're going to say wire load more. So inside timeline now, we should be able to create a function to load more. So all we want to do in here for now is just an empty function, and in the next video we will start working on actually loading more and chunking things. But what we want to do in here is just, if there's no more pages, return null. And if we have any more pages, we just want to increment it by 1. That's basically it. We also want to have a boolean in here, which is going to call has more pages. In this case, we can just call this by saying a public int up here. By default, it should be equal to 1. And down here, we just need to check, in this case, return this page. And sorry, we don't want to have this as plural, we want to have this as singular. And then this could be greater than counts of the chunks. And we can go ahead now and say public array chunks equal to an empty array. So for now, that's essentially all we're doing here. We're just gonna put our intersect up here inside a function where we check if we have more pages. And then let's end the if down here. And then in the next video, we're gonna start chunking things, and instead of using this like this, we're gonna start changing it around a bit so it works neatly. Thank you very much for watching this video. Please hit the like and subscribe button, and I'll see you in the next video. Alright, let's go ahead and do the rest of the infinitive scroll thing now, and then after this video we will worry about how we add and delete tweets this approach as well. So first and foremost, let's go ahead inside our timeline and make sure that we, instead of saying this tweet, we will get rid of this collection. For now, that will break the real-time functionality. For now, we will worry about that in the next episode. So we will set this chunks instead here, and what we're going to go ahead and do in here is we're going to head into our timeline mount, and we're going to still use the tweet model here, but instead we're going to get latest where null parent ID, or we can even just leave it like this actually. But after this latest here, instead we will say plug ID And in this case, we're going to go over here and say chunk 10 and to array. And we can go ahead as well and add this into a new line. You can say public in chunk size and set this to this chunk size as well, so we have this set here. So essentially that's what we're doing here. We are, for loading more, we're just going to say if it is null, we have no more pages, and if not, we're going to increment the page. And then in here, we're just going to go into the timeline instead. So we're going to instead copy and paste this in to here. And let's just make sure we have another div in here. And instead, we're going to go into our timeline and we're going to do a for statement here. So after this for statement timeline chunk, we're going to set up this button down here, which is just going to be for load more. Should be hidden, but it just says load more. And if you click on it, it will load more. We can always change this around if you want to. And I'm going to say load more here. You can add a spinner in as well. But yeah, it's good to have a button down here as a failure, if there's any failure. So outside of that, inside timeline chunk, we want to go ahead in here and go through the tweets, just like we do here. But inside timeline chunk component, we need to chunk through them. So in here, we will return in this view here, right, of tweets. We want to have tweet query, wherein ID, and we're going to go ahead essentially and have a bit more of a complicated query here. And ID is a string. We're going to be using this part here. Now, this is important to note that this is going to be using Postgres. If you're using MySQL, you have to do this a bit differently, but it works differently depending on the database provider you have, but it shouldn't be too difficult to change this around. You can probably simplify this if you use MySQL. So just an important aspect to note for this video as well. So let's go into a timeline here. And let's set this by default to 10. And then let's go ahead and create a bunch of new tweets in here. So I'm just going to go ahead into the database and create a bunch of new tweets. You can see that we now have infinitive scroll here. So as we keep scrolling down, more and more tweets get added into our feed. This should also work super fast, and again, we can just continue like this and it will continue allowing us to scroll more. You can see the little more button down here. We will start that up later on, and I think we will make this look like actual Twitter aspect as well. So we'll work on that a bit later. Thank you very much for watching this video. Please hit the like and the subscribe button, and I'll see you in the next one. So one of the things we want to go ahead in here is to make sure that if we have an empty database, that it still will work the page, and even if there's no tweets at all in the application. So let's go ahead and add an end if in here and just add in this on a new line like that. And then outside of that, we want to go ahead and make sure we check it on the chunks here, that if array, or we can say if it's empty, for example, or we could even just go ahead and say, in this case, where chunks is equal to is empty, for example. actually, we need to make sure we don't call this an array. So if we go ahead and just say count instead. It is greater than 0. That will go ahead and fix the issue. So if you go and say hi now, it will say property tweets is not found. That's because we need to change it from an array here. So let's go ahead and work on that. Alright, so the way we want to proceed now, there's essentially two approaches. So for this to work, we will have to essentially go ahead now and ensure that we chunk through it, but we also use a collection. So this is the approach we could take, which is very hard to manipulate the data inside it. So while this approach works, I think we should go ahead in this case and delete these chunk files here we created. So these chunk files that we have created in here inside Livewire, let's head into components, timeline chunk. In here, let's go ahead and make sure that we now just have the timeline component. So I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to close that down now. So we're going to make a few changes again, but we want to just go ahead and create a collection here, and we're going to call it tweets instead. And we're just going to set it like that. We still need the pages, we still need the chunk size, and we still need an array of chunks. So in this case, when we mount, we want to just create a function here to load more. So for now, let's go ahead and close that, and then just create a public function, load initial chunks. This is gonna go in here then, and we want to essentially get all tweet IDs. And then in here, we want to say what tweet null parent ID, so we don't want to get comments essentially. Latest plug the ID. Then we want to go ahead and say this chunks equals, in this case, all tweets IDs chunk, this chunk size. And we want to then say to array. Then we want to go ahead and say if empty this chunks. In that case, we want to go ahead and say this tweets we just want to set it to, in this case, where we have in the chunks here. So let's go ahead and set those there. And otherwise, we just want to go ahead and say this tweets equal to collect. We just want to say this load initial chunks. This can be a private function because that doesn't need to be accessed outside the class, nor do we need to access inside the timeline component. For it has more pages, we can leave it as it is. For load more, however, we need to modify that around a bit. So we want to say this page plus plus next chunk IDs equals to this chunk. In this case, you want to say array this page -1 more tweets. In this case, it's going to be set like this. And then for adding more tweets, which is the first one we're going to go ahead and fixing now, we just want to go ahead and work very similar to what we've done before. So we want to go ahead and say this tweet find it, if tweet exists, prepend it, array on shift this chunks tweet ID, and then we want to recalculate the pagination as well. So that function we can just put down at the bottom. We want to just have this here, we have all tweet IDs, this chunks, this page, minimum. And that's it essentially. So that's all we need in this component here. However, inside our timeline component, we need to revamp that a bit. So we want to go ahead and make sure we have it looking something along this. So we still load more, we still put the tweet ID in here. So let's go ahead and load. Say hello. It shows up. Let's go and scroll down. We load more and more tweets until there's nothing left. And if we then go ahead and like it, it still works. If you like the line as well, it still seems to work. Let's go ahead and see what happens if we retweet, and it shows up as a retweet. So this is already working now here, and again, we can do the retweet as well, and that seems to work fine. So we only have to make now a few adjustments in this case inside our timeline components. So for example, when we want to go ahead in this case and listen for deleted tweets, we may have to go ahead and change it around later on. But essentially, that's everything we need to be able to have infinite scroll. And if we go ahead, reload the page, open up inspect element, let's put it down here. Let's open the network tab. And it seems like it's loading it quite a lot. So we want to look at performance optimizing this later on. But for now, I think we will leave it at this. This is not the best way for doing it performance-wise, but the key thing is that we now do have infinite scroll, and I want to test this out with a bit larger data set. So we have 54 tweets. Let's go ahead and add 300. Let's see what happens if we try to load 300. And so far, it still seems to work fine. I can still scroll all the way up to the top here. And again, yeah, we have some performance improvements we can make, but at the end of the day, I think this is a great example of how we can get it to work with updating the timeline as well at the same time without essentially making it completely inconvenient for the user as well. So that's all for this video. Thank you very much for watching it. Please hit the like and subscribe button, and I'll see you in the next tutorial. Over the next few videos, we want to start working on our notification page and styling it up and making sure that it starts looking like a proper page for notifications. So let's go ahead and essentially get started with the styling of this page. So inside notification, in this case blade.php, we want to have a class up here which is a width full, small width 600, height of screen, and for this part of the course, we're actually going to be using Wirepole because I think at the end of the day, one, we could use Reverb here, but people are not as often on a notification page. Plus, it's a really good use case for it because there's not always notifications going on, and it works quite efficiently here, I think, for this specific use case. While you could go ahead and use Reverb if you want to, I think there's no need to overcomplicate the project either. So we want to have a small width here of 600, height of screen, and then here we just want to have the notifications title as well. And that's just going to be a H2 element with a text gray 800, dark text gray 100, and we're going to have a font bold, font small. And then below here we will have all our notifications going through. So we could actually go ahead if you want to in this case and pass this inside the div in here instead, because we don't need to listen for refresh here. So we could go ahead and do that. So let's take a look at what the notifications page is looking like now. Let's go ahead and fix the dark mode text here and make sure that we essentially just get rid of that dash there, like that. And now we can go ahead and work on the notification component here. So for this, we want to create using Livewire. We can just go ahead and minimize the screen a bit here. So PHP artisan make Livewire notification, and then this is going to be inside the components folder. Inside notification, blade.php, we need to add in a few things as well. So in this one here, we want to essentially either display a tweet, or we want to go ahead and display, if it's not a tweet, we want to go ahead and display something like profile photo URL or other things such as that. Before we go ahead and work on this though, it's essential as well that we send the notification. And the way we can do that is essentially Laravel has its own notification system we can use in this case, because we can just say PHP artisan, and then I think in here we can find ability to set up notifications. So we can just say make notifications table first and foremost. And if we go ahead and say create notifications table, you can see we have a few things in here. We have ID, type, notifiable, data, read at. So let's take a look in here. Inside that, we don't really need to add anything extra in. However, you could go ahead and do that if you wanted to. But for now, we will just go ahead and migrate this. And with that migrated, we can now go ahead and start creating notifications. So let's say PHP artisan make notification, and let's call this follow notification, which will happen when someone follows a user. And for this follow notification, we can go ahead and see where it is located here. So it's located in this notifications folder in here. And inside this follow notification, we need to add in a few different things. So let's go ahead and see what we need. We want to keep it like this, where we extend notifications. It should be queuable, and we want, in this case, to pass through a user. And for this, we want to have this as notifiable by database or broadcast. We don't want this to be an email, so that's not relevant for this part of the application. Instead, what we're going to go ahead and do in here is we're going to have a public function toArray, which is going to contain an array with the notifiable. And in here, we want to just return an array, and we want to have a user ID, this user ID, and then we want to have a message. You have been followed by, in this case, we can say this username. And then we can do the same thing again here for toBroadcast. And this needs to be an object. And then here we just want to have a broadcast message, which will be, in this case, you've been followed by. And that's essentially it. So now we have this follow notification set up. Let's go ahead and clear up our import as well. And then let's go ahead and create one here for the like notification. Now for the like notification, because we are also working with tweets, we need to say protected tweet. trade and protected user. And then we want to go ahead in here again, pass through something relatively similar here. So I'm just going to go ahead and I'm going to copy and paste this in. So we have the notifiable here. And we have to broadcast, and in this case, we don't want to call this retweet, we want to call this tweet, sorry. And that's essentially it. So we have a like and a follow notification. We now need the ability to have retweet notification. And for this one, again, is relatively similar as well. So in here, let's make sure we're properly closing the class. I'm going to go ahead and add in all the relevant things in here as well. So again, let's go ahead and add that in. We have a tweet in here, which we call retweet, and then we just pass through the user ID and the retweet and so on. And we get the user ID from the retweet in this case, which is a bit easier in this case. And action is going to be retweet. Now, this won't really make sense yet, but when we get to actually displaying this, it will make a lot more sense, and we can then start taking a look at how we can make notifications look a lot nicer throughout this application. So to get started with on this notification page now, let's go in and create a notification component here. So we're going to have a fair few things in here. So to get started with, I want to head in and the relevant HTML first. So for the HTML in here, we want the first class here to have flags, item start, space x4, border B, padding of 4, border T, border gray, 200, dark, border dim, 200, hover is going to be background gray, 100, dark is going to be hover, background dim, 300. We're going to have a cursor pointer, transition, duration of, let's say 350, ins in out, padding bottom of 4, border L, border R. And now we're going to go ahead and have an empty 2 with a flex shrink 0 and a text blue 400. And then here we're going to show the icon. And then we're going to have a flex 1. I'm going to have an image in here. Now for this image, we want to essentially have a link around it. So let's go ahead and make sure we have that first, which is going to go to the user page of that user that we have. We're then going to pass through an image here. And then below this anchor tag, we want to have an if notification type, essentially, where we'll check the notification type and then display either a follow or like / retweet. But before we get started with that, I want to head into our notification component and just create the basic functions we need in this. So let's make sure we return view in here. And upon rendering this, we want to have a database notification as notification, public function mount. So we want this to be read essentially upon loading the notification, like that. We want to have a public function in here, which is going to get the user. return, in this case, user, find this notification data user ID. And we want to just pass through a user in here. And then we also later want to have a function which will render out the icon as well. And we want to have a function which gets the tweet. But for now, I want to go ahead and essentially make sure we can show this. So if we head into, let's say, actually, let's go into our retweet action component. Upon here, we want to essentially notify the user. So in here, what we can do is essentially say, upon retweet, if of user ID is not equal to the person who retweeted, we want to notify with a retweet notification. And that's essentially how we will retweet and notify the user for the retweet. So we would have to be logged in as a different user in here as well to trigger this notification. Upon liking, we also want to do something. So let's head into tweet actions. And in here, if we like it, we want to notify the user. And again, that's going to be relatively similar. And outside of that, we just need one now when we follow. So for that, we have the profile page where we can go ahead and do that. So let's head in and find that. And in the profile component, we just want to make sure that we essentially dispatch this. And we can do that on a deeper level inside the user model. It has follow trait, toggle follow, and all we want to do in here is where we say notify user. You want to create a new follow notification. So now we should be able to essentially trigger these follower and like retweet notifications. So let's go ahead and see if we can trigger this. So I've headed into application here. What I'm going to go ahead and do is I'm going to log out. And for now, this will break the application. So let's log in. And then in here, inside our application, we have two users here. We also have Taylor. So let's log in as Taylor here. Okay, and then let's just like a few of these tweets, but we just need to make sure we're also running herd here. So okay, so let's go ahead and make sure we run this here. Let's make sure we like a few. Let's retweet one here. And let's go in and make sure that we go into the profile page of Matilde. So let's go into here and say follow. And let's go ahead and see what we have now if we log out of Taylor's profile page and then log in. And inside our notifications table, you can see we have these here. So we have got the records, which is brilliant. Inside notifications page, we want to now iterate through them. So what we can do in here is we can essentially just go through the notifications. And then we can have Livewire component notification. and pass through notification in here. And the way we get these notifications inside the notifications page, we just need to make sure we get them in there. And that will essentially be a collection in here as well. So you can see we have these notifications in here. That's exactly what we need. So inside notification now, we can now in the next video go ahead and finish up styling around this and making sure that this works perfectly and be able to display the different icon by essentially inside our notification part in here. We can display the correct icon by creating a get icon function. So we could go ahead and do that now. And then we can, in the next video, work on the rest of the styling in here. So for the get icon, we will have a bit of a longer function here, so it will look a little bit messy because we just getting the icons in here and then we're just returning it as HTML. So yeah, these icons will be available up in the repo as well on GitHub, so you can get ahead and download them there. And then all we need to do is just say this get icon. Make sure we spell this correctly. There you go. So it means we have a like, heart icon there, we have a retweet icon, and we have a follow icon. So that's brilliant. But in the next video, we will start styling it up and displaying the tweet and all the relevant information in there. But that's all for this video. Thank you very much for watching it. Please hit the like and subscribe button, and I'll see you. Alright, let's get started with styling up the notification component for now. So inside the notification component, we want to essentially, below this part here, check if this notification type again is not equal to a follow notification. And if it is a follow notification, we just want to end it and show it down there. So for now, we want to have an empty 2 with a text gray 300 and a text small. And then we want to have a paragraph in here with an anchor tag. And this is just going to be saying the action they essentially took. So let's go ahead. In this case, add the anchor tag to a new line. Just like that. And let's make sure we just add some spacing in here as well. And then below that anchor tag, we want to have another anchor tag in here. And that's essentially going to display the tweet. So for that, let's go ahead and make sure we have all the relevant styling in here. So first and foremost, let's add in a root here for tweet. This get tweet. We need to create that function in here, I think. So let's go ahead and close that bit down here. So let's just do a public function get tweet. And the reason why we want to do this is if it's a retweet or a like. So in this case, we can go ahead and say tweet as the return type. Actually, let's go ahead and make sure this is now on a single line here, just like that. Perfect. So now we can essentially get the tweet in here, and what we can then do inside the notification page again is make sure that we below that have the content shown, but we also want to have a wire navigate and a class in here of empty2 text gray 300 and a text small. And then we want to have a this get tweet content. And then below that, we just want to have another if this get tweet get media count is greater than 0. We then want to go ahead and display an image. Just like that. And in the case that it is a follow notification, we want to just go ahead and display the person who followed you. So let's see what we have of issues here. We have notification not found in here. Let's make sure we use the correct spelling of it. And let's make sure we use the correct spelling inside the notification component. And currently we don't have a tweet route, so let's go ahead and just leave this out for now as just a slash to the home page maybe. There we go. So now you can see we have the retweet, the like, and all of that. But we also do want to show the content in here, and that doesn't seem to be working. So let's go ahead and see why that may be the case. So if we head into our tweet.play.php, let's try to do content with links. So it is clearly getting to this point, but it's not displaying the content. So that is the thing we just need to figure out where it's going wrong here. So in this case, let's go ahead and dial up on the original tweet. And that's because this is a retweet. So for this one, we're finding the tweet, but we're finding the original tweet here. And for this one down here below, we're finding the retweet ID. So if we head inside our tweet model, let's make sure we return the original tweet. And there we go. So now we have essentially got all of these things to work here. So that's all for this video. If you like this video, please hit the like and subscribe button, and I'll see you in the next video. In the next video, we will be primarily working on the ability to upload assets, but also start working on the tweet individual page, and then head on to working on the edit profile page. And then we will start working on small improvements around the application, such as the ability to quote tweets and also the other few things that may be in the application. But thank you very much for watching it, and I'll see you next time. To get started with, let's fix this retweet issue where we have no content showing for retweets. So inside our application, let's head into tweet.blade.php, and let's take a look at what is going on in here. So if we say tweet content with links, we're still getting nothing in here being shown. And as you can see, again, there is nothing still of text wise. So if we just go ahead instead and say print our tweet original tweet, or even just actually died on it. So in this case, for retweet here, the original tweet ID is not going to it, which is the issue here. So if we go ahead in here, you can see this is still a retweet. So what we probably ended up doing is we retweeted a retweet, which is causing this error. So we essentially ended up getting a retweet in here. So there's a few things we can do to prevent this. First and foremost, we can go ahead and make sure that we have a fail-safe here for this. So if we go in and revert this here. So if this is here, we want to go ahead and get the original tweet content with links. Obviously, this won't solve the entire problem because we're still ending up with the issue where we can get nothing in there because it could go on and be even further nested in there. As you can see, this probably won't solve much. But what we actually want to go ahead and do is inside our retweet action. So when we're doing a retweet in here, we want to make sure that we are always retweeting the original tweet. So in this case, if we go ahead and retweet this tweet, let's see what happens. So I'm gonna retweet this retweet, which we know is a retweet, and we're getting the retweet in here. So what we want to go ahead and do in here is we want to always go and get the original tweet. Now for this one, it will cause an issue, but if we go back to this one, it's now always going to get the original tweet. So we could go ahead now and essentially just delete the new retweet we have here. Given we have so many, I think I'm just going to let that one slide, but we can essentially go ahead and make sure that we are always going ahead to this tweet, original tweet. And then if we go ahead now and try to retweet a retweeted tweet, you can see that it works. Perfect. So we could go ahead and get rid of it, but we will just have to find the user value in here, which is user ID number 5. And that's just this one. Alright, so now if I go ahead and retweet a retweeted one again, it still works. Although we have an issue now here with the button here, where we need to make sure that we can essentially go ahead and revert the retweet, because right now it's confusing the system. So I'm gonna go ahead and clear the database again and make sure we only have 0 tweets. Gonna just write hello. Gonna retweet this one. And we essentially want to have a condition in here now, saying if this tweet has got, in this case, an original tweet ID. So if we go in here, we have the original tweet ID. In that case, we want to set tweet to be like this. And otherwise, by default, we just want tweet to be set to this tweet. And we need to get rid of that double equate there. So if we go in now, let's see what happens. And real time we don't have to bother with for now. That's just because of not being set up, but we can always go ahead and set that up. So just see if we can undo the retweet. And currently that doesn't work now. And now we have 3 of them. So again, let's go ahead and delete these 2. But for the undoing of retweet, we can go ahead and fix that. So let's retweet again and fix that. So in here, let's tie them on this tweet. And let's see what happens when we click undo retweet. So currently we are going to basically do it on the original tweet here. And that's kind of the issue, because we are calling this action on the wrong tweet. It should be showing on the retweet as well, but we should only show this button on the retweet button. Or we could actually show them on both, but the key thing is we want to be able to undo the retweet as well. So that's the thing. We don't want to be able to have these duplicate ones here. So we need to go in here, and then we can essentially see if this user has retweeted it. So let's go ahead and check that. And now we got the retweet. Perfect. So for this one here, we want to have a similar thing up here, but where we check if. So if in this case we already have a retweet of the original tweet, in this case, this is going to actually be inside the original tweet, because that's if it exists. We want to have where the tweet and I think we want to move this one above as well. So let's just do it just like that. So if tweets, retweets, user IDs in case original tweet here, if that exists, we just want to return, because in that case we know that the original tweet has been retweeted by that user. So if I was going to go ahead now and retweet it, nothing happens, because this has already been retweeted. So that's the first thing we want to go ahead and do for fixing this. The other thing we need to go ahead and make sure of inside our tweet model, we can essentially create a new trait for the retweets here. So let's go into a tweet model again, open up here, and where we have inside our models traits, Let's create a retweet, has retweets. And again, we just need to have a trait in here. We can use the same namespace as has follows, because this is the same folder. Let's then go into tweet model here. Let's get the original tweet, the retweets function here as well, and add them in. And let's also make sure we call this has retweets instead. And then we can go up here and say use has retweets. And now we can start working on fixing these issues in here, such as adding in retweet functionality, like checking if someone has retweeted already. So we can essentially, instead of having too many checks inside our model, we can just have some things such as public function has user retweeted tweet, and then we can put a user in here and we can check that, for example. So that's what we're going to be working on as well in the next video, and we're going to essentially fix all these issues surrounding the retweet functionality, making sure that it works properly instead of having to have too many functions and clutter up our retweet action and our retweet action blade component. But thank you very much for watching this video. Please hit the like and subscribe button, and I'll see you in the next one. So let's get started with creating a function in here called tuple retweet. Or actually we can just call it retweet. So this is what we're going to be calling inside retweet action in here. And one mistake we made here, that is actually we have already got this function in here has retweeted on the user model. So we can just go ahead and access that instead. So I'm going to go in here now and say auth use, and then has retweeted tweet. And in this case, it will go for the original tweet ID. And if that's the case, then it will just return it here. But we want to essentially start moving a lot of this over to this trait here so that this class doesn't get very cluttered. We want to break this down a bit. So we want to call this specifically create retweet. And I think we should have this as a public function, but we inside the create retweet, we actually just want to have the creating part. So we're just going to say this retweets create, and that's it. Because we already know the tweet here, we can just say tweet create retweet. Because what we're doing now essentially is we're either getting the tweet or the original tweet, depending on which one we're clicking at. So that's simplifying it a bit. But in here, we also want to have a function called notify user of tweets. And this should actually be a private function, because at the end of the day, we always want to notify the user regardless of anything. And for this, we only want to have this notification here, but we also want to essentially broadcast it in here. We could probably come up with a better name for this, but if we go ahead and pass through tweet here, then we can just say this notify user of tweet and pass through the tweet in here. Just like that. And now we're essentially inside retweet action here, and we have all of these things sort of through in here. So we now have it a bit tidier as well, and we're creating the retweet here, which also notifies the user of this retweet. And at the same time, we can then go ahead and say inside this has retweets function. Create a private function delete retweet, and this should be public. And in this case, we just want to go ahead add in this part here. So what we're doing is we're getting the tweet that we essentially are calling in here. So if we go back into retweet action, we can just say this tweet delete retweet. Let's have the private functions bottom here as well, just for consistency. And again, if we look in here, we can see that we also get it in here. So if we go back here, you can see that we are, when we're undoing this, we're essentially calling this retweet getting the information here, and then we're calling the delete tweet afterwards. So we should actually call this where we are doing this delete tweet, which we're doing inside timeline. And then we're removing it from there. And currently we're not actually doing it here, so that's probably one of the issues we're encountering here. So what I want to essentially go ahead and do is I want to set retweet to this tweet, and then we just want to go ahead and make sure that we, in this case, we dispatch these events here, delete the tweet, and after this is a dispatch, we want to say retweet delete retweet, and we can just do that in here. In here, we just pass through a tweet, and then we go through in here and say tweet delete. In this video, we're going to be fixing the issues you encounter when you're trying to access the home page in the Twitter clone series with the ability to view the page when you are not authenticated. On default, if you go to exitTwitter.com, you can view the home page. So we're going to fix these errors. The first thing we want to do is in home.blade.php, we want to have an off and end off here. And that's just for the compose component. So that will essentially go ahead and fix that problem. Then secondly, we need to go into our retweet action specifically. And in here you can see we have this whole long drop down here. We want to essentially go ahead and add in an off and end off. And then what we can go ahead and do is in here is copy and paste this bit here. And we can have a guest down here and an end guest. And then we have to do the same for the tweet for the actions component. Essentially, inside tweet actions, we have this like component, and in here we want to first and foremost say off user. The reason for that is because this is when you're unliking something and a user cannot unlike something if they're not authenticated. And then in here we're gonna have an off and off and a guest and guest. And then the only difference we do in here is we just go ahead and essentially add no wire click. And then we have the sidebar URL here, which we have a few different issues with. So let's go into the sidebar. First and foremost, you'll see that we have down here we have this profile.show issue. So we can go ahead and essentially put this under an off. And that's where the logout function is, and then we need to just do it where the profile is, which is just here. So let's go ahead and say off and off. And I'm actually going to go ahead and make sure we also cover the, in this case, we can say the notifications page as well. And there we go. Now we have the ability to essentially just view it here, and you can see we have this home page. So what else can we do in here? We can go ahead and have a guest button down here to point people to log in. So if we copy and paste this, now in this case we don't really want to have any anchor tag here, so we want to get rid of that. And then we just need to say text center. Oh, sorry, justify center. And let's have a BG blue 500 for now. P5. Text wide. If you go inside your Tailwind config file, we could also just use the dim color. I think maybe that would be better here. So let's just say BG dim 500. And outside of that, this should be for dark mode. Add a little bit less padding. Make the rounded. And maybe also outside of that, before the button, we can have a padding of 2. And maybe have a max width of 48. Now let's leave the max width there. So for now this doesn't look perfect, but the point is not really the styling in this case. It's really more just enabling us to log in. If we don't have any login details here, we can always go ahead and fix the styling later. So if I log in the Taylor here, you can see the page still works. Currently real time is not enabled, but we can always go ahead and enable that again. So that's essentially the rerun of this course. I'm sorry for the rerun of this episode. I'm sorry for the first episode not having any sound in it. Please hit the like and subscribe button, and I'll see you in the next video. Alright, in this video we're going to be setting up the modal functionality for the edit profile model. So the first thing we want to go ahead and do in here is we want to go ahead and say php make component. And we're just going to call this Twitter modal. We're going to use this throughout the application in different areas of it. So inside Twitter modal, we want to go ahead and add a few stylings in, and also some data. So first and foremost, let's go ahead and say X data in here, and we're going to have visible, and we're going to entangle that to the Y model. We're going to have a class of relative. We're going to have an X cloak and X show visible. We're also going to have X trap inert no scroll when visible, style of set index, and on key down we're gonna hide it. Then we're gonna have the backdrop color for the model as well now. So for that, we can essentially go ahead and create a div in here. Show visible class with these one added here. We're gonna have an X transition opacity duration of 300 milliseconds. X on click. And we're gonna dispatch a hide function when this happens. And that's everything for the backdrop. And then we're gonna have one here for the modal. Show visible. And then we're gonna have some transitions in here. We're gonna have the easy in out one, the enter start, the enter end. And then we're gonna have a leave transition in here. It's gonna be leave with transition. In this case, we're gonna have this as ease out duration 300. And let's go ahead and make sure we just add the last two transitions here as well. And then we're gonna have a class in here fixed, insert 0, set 50, flex, item center, justify, center. And inside here, we're gonna have the modal here with a slot added in. So that's essentially everything we need just for the modal itself. And then inside the profile page, what we can go ahead and say is if user is authenticated, we can go ahead and add in this edit profile model. So if you say PHPs and make Livewire modals edit profile modal, just like that. And in there, we can then go ahead and take this attribute in, X Twitter modal, and we can call this wire model when visible. And then we just need to go into the edit profile modal folder, add in the view here, public bool leen in this case, and we can call this visible, and it's going to be set to false by default. And then we need to add the functionalities in here for the modal. So in this case, inside edit profile model, we just need a show and a hide method. Just these two methods here. And that's essentially everything we need in there. So we can set visible to false or true depending on the circumstances. And that's all for this video. Thank you very much for watching it. Please hit the like and subscribe button, and I'll see you in the next video. Alright, in this video we're going to be fixing this issue where this model always appears when you go to the profile page. The first thing that I did wrong was using modal instead of using model. So we're going to just go ahead and make sure that we use it correctly here. And now we need to fix this banner taking up all of the space. So let's go ahead and figure out the solution for that now. So first and foremost, for the label banner image, we want to have this as a class as well, relative, and an MB6. So if you go back in now, you can see this looks a bit better already. And then outside of that, I'm just going to make sure that we have this is all styled up nicely here. And then we have this profile photo here as well. So I'm just going to make sure we have this properly styled. Perfect. And then we're just going to go ahead and make sure we have it styled nicely here as well. There we go. And then for the error message, we will leave that as it is. I'm gonna go ahead and just make sure that we have everything in this profile picture upload here properly styled and set up. For light mode, I think where we have this gray color, maybe we should change that a bit. So let's go ahead and what the styling is. I'm gonna put this to the side. And then I think for light mode here we can just say border white for that, and I think again down here that's fine. And I think we really just need to work on saving the data and also displaying the existing data. So we will start out with displaying the data that we have already stored in our database. So we want to set user in here to auth user. Then we want to say this form description is equal to user description. This form website is equal to website. The same for the username and the same for the name. And there you go. Now we have that pre-filled in. And then we want to create a submit function in here. The first thing we want to do is say this form validate. The second thing we can go ahead and ensure is that down here at the bottom we are using submit. Perfect. And then we want to just, again, for simplicity, set user to auth user. And we want to say if this form profile photo path. In that case, we want to go ahead and say storage delete the profile photo path if it already exists. And then we want to go ahead and then say path equals this profile photo path, store profile photos public folder, and then there we want to just update the profile photo with the new path. And then for the form banner, we would want to say this form banner path. We want to delete the banner, and then we want to just set and update that into banner photos. So these two are pretty similar, but just storing them in different locations. And then we just want to have the website name, description, and username updated here. And then we want to say this dispatch update profile page, this hide, and we're calling this hide using the is modal trait. And then if we head back into our profile page, in this case it would be the edit profile page. We just need to call this listener here, so that's the one we're calling essentially by calling this here, so it refreshes the component. So let's go ahead and see what happens if I change this to Taylor123, Taylor123, and it doesn't seem to save. And that's probably because we actually want to submit the form here, saying why submit. And now we're getting an error here, so let's see what's going on. And that's because we've changed URL here, so that's another issue we need to fix. So before we go down here, we want to have an if this form username it's not the same as username, then we want to redirect to the form username. So if we go back here now and say Taylor 1.2. Didn't seem to redirect there, so we will just go back. Alright, so first thing we want to go ahead and check in here is just item this form username. Check if we get there first and foremost. Doesn't look like it, so we need to essentially check this before. So we want to have username set here. Because otherwise we are checking the same value because we've already updated it here. So we want to go ahead and say this original username to this form. Actually, we can go ahead and say, in this case, user username, because this will be the updated version. And then we want to go into web.php, and it's called profile.show. So let's go ahead and make sure we go to profile.show instead. There we go. So now we can go ahead and change the data here. It doesn't seem like it's storing the profile photo, but we can do that in the next video. But that's all for this video. Thank you very much for watching this video. Please hit the like and subscribe button, and I'll see you in the next video. Alright, let's get started in this Xclone series. So to start out with, let's go ahead and run npm run dev. The last video we had this issue if we go ahead and log in and edit profile, and let's say we want to change the banner to something like this, and then we get this issue here. Just add in google.com for now and test. Currently, if we go ahead and inspect this, we just get this image here, so it doesn't look like it's storing it. So first and foremost, let's look inside our model for our user model. And in here we need to add in some fillables. So if we head into our table where we actually created this ability to add the banners and that, let's go ahead and look at that. So we have this create users table in here where we have banner path. We want to go ahead and add that in here. We also want to go ahead and add location, website, and outside of that we also need to go ahead and make sure that the description is filled in and the profile photo path. So if we go ahead and just add these in, hopefully it should now allow us to store the image. So I'm gonna go ahead and just close this down here and select an image. Gonna put in google.com and test. There we go. Now we have this thumbnail as our image. If we go in here and try to put a profile photo in, again, it works. Perfect. So now we're essentially able to upload the image here, but the banner seems to not really be stored inside here. So let's go ahead inside our edit profile model. Inside here we have this banner temporary URL, and then we have in here the banner path. So in this case, let's go ahead and look at our edit profile modal. And in here we essentially have to see if we have this from banner path filled out. So if we go ahead and open it, and also let's go ahead and say 1 or 2, just to have some random thing dumped out. It says 2, so that means that in this case it's empty. So hopefully it should go in here. So if it says 2 here, we should hopefully be able to see that in this case it's 3, so it doesn't go in there. So if we no, it does go in here, so that's correct. That's good, because we have this set here. So let's see if we just go ahead and say auth user banner path. What happens here? Let's just dump that out. And you can see we have this link here, but it isn't showing. So that's kind of the issue right now. So at the moment, we should be able to hopefully get this to work. So if we go into our edit profile page here, you can see that we have the banner path, and we have the banner path specified here, but it doesn't seem to be loaded in. So if we go ahead and inspect element, let's look at the styling here, and the issue may just be that we need to add a slash here. So if we go in now, add a slash, and there we go. So I want to go ahead and get rid of this now. So now we should hopefully be able to just go ahead and change these around to different ones. So I'm gonna go ahead and change this here, and I'm gonna go ahead and change the username, and that works. So something we may want to look at is the ability to update the username. Some places, for example, there's a limit of doing it every 30 days. So we could go ahead and add a migration for this. So let's say PHP Artisan make migration, and then say add username last updated add to users table, and let's go ahead and see what that looks like. And in here we're just going to say table timestamp nullable and after username. And in here we want to just say username last updated add, and then go ahead and migrate this. So what we can go ahead and do now is add this into our user model. And then we could essentially go ahead and create a user model observer. So we go ahead and say PHP Artisan make observer, user observer. There we go. So if we head into our user observer here, you can then see inside the updated function here, we can then check if, in this case, user, and then we can see if this has changed basically. And we also need to make sure that we register the observer, which we can use an attribute here for. So you can say observe by user observer class, and then all we have to do in here is essentially swap this from an update, because that won't be triggered, and we can just go ahead and set and say user name equals to this form name. Same for the website, username, description, just like that. Because this would trigger the observer. If you do it the other way around, it wouldn't. And then we say user save. And then let's go ahead and see what happens if we go ahead and just change this. Okay, and then we can go ahead inside our edit profile model in here. Upon mounting, let's just say dd user username last updated add, and it says no. Okay, so let's go ahead and fix this inside the observer here. I think the first thing we need to do is just inside the user model, make sure that this is fillable. Go ahead and comment this out. And there you go. So now we can see this has been updated. So what we want to go ahead and do now is essentially say in this case that we have a carbon instance that we can create in class here. So I want to go ahead and create a public function can update username. In this case, we're going to say return and check if this difference in 30 days here. So what we want to do now is inside this form username here is first and foremost we want to disable it. So in this case, if we can say this can update username, in that case it will be disabled. And the other thing we need to do, which is quite crucial, is we need to add this as a timestamp. This is now disabled, so that's the first thing. The second thing is to show an helper text just below explaining what's going on. So we could go ahead and just say small, in this case, only if this is the case. Now, the other thing I like to do for this is essentially I don't want to store this right here. I would rather store this in a URL. So let's go ahead and create a configuration file for this. I'm just going to call this x.php. And then we're going to have return in here. And here we're going to have can update username every, and then we're gonna have in here, I'm gonna just store it as 30 because I think that's fine. So if you go ahead and say config x.can update username, just like that. And then we want to go ahead in here and make sure that we add this in here. So config x.can update username. So by doing this, we're essentially ensuring that this will always get updated in here. We could even go ahead and add this as an env configuration, and we can do that by just saying can update username every 30 days. And then we can go ahead and set a default here. So inside your env file, you could then go ahead down here and say 30. Now, the second thing is we want to essentially throw an error here. We could go ahead and make a rule for it instead, but I would rather just go ahead and say this can update username. So if that's the case, we want to go ahead and say this form add error. In this case, you're going to say username. You can only update your username every X amount of days. And to test this out, I want to go ahead and just remove the disabled for now and then say something here. And we also need to make sure we just return. And we get this error here, which is perfect. So now we essentially know for certain that the user won't be able to edit this. Even if they manage to remove the disabled part, they won't be able to edit the username because it's not been 30 days. Now, if we went ahead in the database and said this 30 days in the past, it should work, but for now we will leave it at that. So now with that sorted, we are essentially able to edit the profile page. We are now going to work on first and foremost fixing this issue down here where the text is a bit bad. So if we head into our sidebar, in here we want to make sure that the text in here is text black and dark text white, like that. So now can we at least read it now? That's great. And the other thing is just add a slash here. That doesn't seem to work, so let's go ahead and make sure we use the same as we do on the edit profile display.php. So in here, all we're doing is getting the profile photo URL. And if we head into the sidebar now, we should be able to hopefully get it to work, but currently it seems like it doesn't find it. So let's inspect the element and see what we're finding in here. And the reason for that is just because we add too many of these. You probably already spotted that mistake, so that's the reason why it didn't work. And let's remove that slash so that it actually works. Perfect. And yeah, that's essentially the most important part of the profile page done. Now we're actually able to edit our data, but we also want to be able to essentially go ahead and display tweets. So the super simple way to do this is we can just go ahead and use the timeline component or similar for this one. So we will go down below and essentially just show all the tweets that you've created. Or we could even just go ahead and do something on the profile display actually. So I think what we want to do in here is just have a div with a border T and a border gray 700 for dark mode actually. Sorry, so let's go ahead and make sure that's the case. And for light mode we want to have border gray 200. And then we just want to have a for each in here saying user tweets, and we just want to have the tweet component in here with a key. And there we go. Now we're able to essentially see all the tweets being passed through from the user. So that essentially completes the very basic of the profile page. We can count how many tweets we have here. We have the ability to edit the data. You can only update the username every 30 days, whatever you set the value to be. You can update the website and the bio and the profile photo. Alright, so with the profile page sorted out, I think we will leave that out for now. And if we take a look, we have this issue on the notification page. So let's take a look at what's going on there. So this is just located inside our resources, views, Livewire, pages, notifications. And currently we're getting intent to read original tweet on null. So let's see where we have original tweet in notification.php. So in this case, it's probably good to go ahead and add in, I think, and is it? First and foremost, we want to check if we can find this in here. The issue is probably because the tweet doesn't exist. So in this case, we just want to return null. And we want to go ahead and make sure this can accept null. So currently we're getting an issue here with too many of the brackets. In this case, if we go into notification.blade.php, I want to just wrap this inside. We have this get tree, so if this get tweet. Then we're getting an undefined key retweet ID. So we want to just make sure we can also find that. And currently this doesn't seem to work, so let's see why that is the case. Let's just dive up and see if we get in here. We don't. Okay, so in this case, we also, because Livewire won't accept this to be the condition without having a diff wrapping it around, we will have to add that in. And I think we also have to just make sure we say if not. So now we're just getting the notification type in here. So essentially if we return null in here, we don't want to display it. So we want to just say it's not equal to null. And then we have the original tweet as well, which is coming from here. What I think I want to go ahead and do actually instead is just say if we can find it. Alright, so still seems to be complaining. Let's see if we can figure this out here. So down here we want to have, again, the tweet set here. and we want to make sure this syntax is correct. Then we just get an undefined array key of retweet ID. And then basically the other thing we want to check in here is first and foremost up here. Let's just go and say if this notification, and we don't want to have to type here, we want to have the retweet ID. There we go. So now we have this sorted. And we could also go ahead and add an else condition here for this retweet ID here. But I think we have already done it, so yeah, never mind. So yeah, now we have this error sorted out, so if we delete the tweet later on, it won't give any sort of errors in here. And outside of that, I think for the next video, we want to go ahead and make sure that we can view the tweet and also upload images properly to a tweet, make sure that fully works, and posting it, replying to tweet, and then working on quoting the tweets and fixing issues around the line. So that's all for this video. Thank you very much for watching this video. Please hit the like and subscribe button, and I'll see you in the next video. Hello everyone, welcome back to another video. So the first thing I want to do in this video is I want to fix this color here where it looks a slightly bit grayer out here than it does for the other icons, especially in light mode. So let's head into our retweet action, the and then let's take a look at this icon here. For now, we have in this case set up here a text screen 400, but it is also overridden by text grid 400. So let's go ahead and get rid of that. And now it looks better. So the second thing we want to go ahead and fix is, in this case, also the retweeting functionality. So if we go ahead and click undo retweet, we get an issue here. Apps events retweet count updated. Argument must be type of modal tweet, null given. So this is happening inside retweet action, the PHP, on line 39. So this is where it's happening. And retweet count updated takes in a tweet. In this case, let's just die dump on, in this case, retweet, original retweet. And also let's make sure we just close it with a semicolon. Just like that. Let's click undo retweet. We get null. And in this case, we want to go ahead and just see what happens if we go ahead and say retweet. So yeah, the issue I think here is that we are essentially supposed to update just a retweet here instead of the original tweet. So if we go ahead and click now, nothing is still happening. So let's take a look in here. So it doesn't look like anything is going on there. Now we're just getting an error here with reading, in this case it says original tweet on null, which is in this Livewire components tweet user. So let's take a look at that. So let's take a look at tweet user first. In here we are currently getting nothing calling original tweet, so that's not where anything is going on. Then let's take a look at why this actually I think happens is inside tweetupdate.php. So let's head into the component here. And let's find original tweet. And I think we're getting it from here, so let's just check if we can get rid of this here. And let's make sure we also have this in here. And this currently provides an issue with getting the text here, which is fine, we'll work with that. So I'm gonna go ahead and start from a clean slate with the tweets for now, and I'm gonna go ahead and go to tweet, oh sorry, not this one, xclone yt. And then here we're going to go ahead and just get rid of all the tweets here. And then it's going to just say hello. Going to retweet this. And we get an error here. That's the other thing we wanted to address. This is again has retweets where we have the issue. Has retweets on line 43. So let's take a look in here. So on line 43 we have this here. So in this case, let's go ahead and dump this tweet. Let's go ahead and just restart this process because there's clearly some issues here. So we're getting null here in this case. So in this case, we are basically notifying the user of tweet. So first and foremost, let's ensure that before we start notifying that this is always set here. So I think we're going to go ahead and just say, in this case, tweet here. Going to go ahead and get rid of the retweet. And I'm going to just go ahead and dump on tweet for now. So if we go ahead and delete the retweet again, and we go ahead and click retweet, you can see we're getting the tweet here. And that's fine. So let's, for now, just leave it at that. And with that sorted, let's go ahead and get rid of this one here and see what happens. So we're clicking retweet. Tend to read user ID here, so that's again the issue where when we notify the users, in this case, we go ahead and say, we call notify user of retweets, which is called here, we pass through the tweet. And in this case, the reason why we can't use this tweet function, which we could go ahead and add, is because we need to have this tweet here. So what we can go ahead and do is essentially reference ourselves inside tweet the PHP and the model. So we'll just go ahead and say PHP public function tweet. We could refer to that, but the other option we have as well, instead of doing that, is essentially inside here, we could just say this user ID, which I think makes more sense. So let's just go ahead and stick with that. Let's go ahead and just change this to this ID, or actually just this in this case here. And that should hopefully work. So we're gonna go ahead and start from a clean slate, get rid of this retweet here, click retweet, and it's gone through. It's not really gone through in real time, so there's some issue going on there. So let's take a look at that. And this is something to do with the Livewire rendering, so that's fine. We will figure that out. So first and foremost, let's take a look at the content though that we're getting in here. We are getting this here, but we're also getting this being retweeted here, which is perfect. This is still showing logout here, which is great. So if we go ahead and undo this, did it come up with any error? Nope, but it does go ahead and essentially get rid of the actual tweet, so it does make it appear a bit slightly off. So that's something we need to look at, why it's not actually getting rid of it here, because we have the text here, we have the ID, but it's just not appearing. So let's take a look at why that may be. So this, in this case, would be checking inside has retweets, and we would go into the tweet here, retweet action. Tweet was deleted. In here we return this tweet ID. That's fine. And in this case, we are not properly deleting it here, so that's the issue. We're setting deleted at here, so we shouldn't do that to the original tweet. So what we should do instead is say, in this case, we're getting the retweet pass through, deleting it here, this dispatch the retweet ID, which is the original retweet we're getting here, but we want to get the actual retweet set to deleted as. If we go ahead and say hi, retweet it, and if we click undo retweet, what happens here is that this one here is the one we actually want to set deleted at to null, not the other one. So that's what we essentially need to figure out here, why that is happening. So to deal with that, let's go into our retweet actions here. And when we click undo retweet, in this case, we have access to the original tweet here, so that's what we're getting passed through. So what we need to make sure of is that we get the retweet one that we actually want to have in here. So if we click on this one here, the first thing I actually want to go ahead and sort out is making sure that if you click anywhere on it, it will work. So if we take a look at this ban element here, let's make this class of flex with full. And now it's covering a greater area. And again, we are getting the wrong retweet here. So let's take a look in here. So we have in here just a tweet pass through. So if we head into our undo retweet, let's just do this tweet. In this case, the issue is that we are, in this case, looking at the original tweet and deleting it. So what we want to do in here is we want to essentially grab the ID here. So we always want to make sure we do that. So I'm going to go ahead and create a private function in here, get retweeted tweet. And it's going to return a tweet model. So in here we want to say, and it can return null sometimes. And then we want to say tweet modal find, and in this case, this tweet, original tweet, we could do that, or we could say where user ID. It's the same as auth ID, and then where original tweet ID is the same as tweet ID there. And then we want to go ahead in here and say this get retweeted tweet, and in this case delete retweet here. We want to go ahead and say the same thing. So if we go into our retweet actions in here, instead we want to go ahead and say this get retweeted tweet, delete retweet. Currently nothing has happened, that's fine. Let's click undo. There we go. If we go ahead and click retweet, there we go. So the only thing is now that we need to basically make sure the real-time functionality is working here. So we will take a look at that as well. So in here we want to get instead this get retweeted ID. So if we now go ahead and retweet and then undo retweet, it didn't seem to work fully here, so let's take a look again. Retweeting here. Let's see what's going on inside here. If we go ahead and add debug to our herd reverb here, so let's go ahead and see if it's getting added. And it is being passed through, which is great. So let's take a look at in here. First issue we get is with ID here, so let's take a look inside our app.blade.php, which looks fine. And then let's take a look at our app.js. This also looks relatively okay, so in this case we just have to figure out why this error is happening. So one of the things we need to get rid of here is these functions here. We just need to prepend it into this collection. And then after that, this should hopefully slowly start working. We also need to fix this issue over here. So if we go ahead in this case and we're adding a tweet ID in here, so we're essentially creating a tweet here. And this is where we create the retweet. So we want to go ahead in here and say tweet in here to be returned, because we need to have that here. So in this case we call this retweet. We say this is going to be retweet ID, because this is where we're creating it inside this trait has tweets. And we are going ahead in here adding the tweet inside timeline here. We're prepending it. We're gonna go ahead and first and foremost delete it now. Go ahead and then retweet. And we also need to, of course, return it inside this create tweet function. So we need to go ahead and say return tweet. Let's go ahead and undo this. And now it's showing here, but it's not showing the original one. So let's go ahead and see inside our retweet action. We're going ahead and then we're calling this add tweet into timeline here. Let's go ahead and just add that instead. And there we go. Now it appears down here. So that's essentially how we're fixing this issue. Now I want to go ahead to sidebar quickly and looking at why this is looking a little bit weird. So yeah, let's get rid of this here. This was from another tutorial, so we can ignore that for now. And just go ahead and add it was what it was originally. So let's go ahead and do that. There we go. If we go ahead and try to undo it now, that's the only issue we have. But if we add tweet, that works fine. So that's inside timeline again. And here we are essentially gonna have to go ahead and delete the tweet. And this is where it goes wrong. So if we take a look at retweet action, and in here we have undo retweet. We call this get retweet tweet ID, but in this delete tweet here, we're getting this tweet ID. So let's first and foremost just die dump on tweet. And it's null. So let's die dump on tweet ID instead. And that seems to be working fine. And then we're essentially going ahead in here. And I think one of the issues we're encountering here is that we should probably call this a bit later on, or wait with it essentially. So we need to essentially defer this function. I'm gonna leave that for the next video though. Thank you very much for watching this video. Please hit the like and subscribe button, and I'll see you in the So for this video, we're gonna start working on implementing a sidebar for our application. So if we head into our views inside Livewire components, we want to have a sidebar on the right hand side. So first and foremost, I'm gonna go ahead and do npm run dev. In a separate window, we're gonna have php Livewire make. In here, we're gonna have it inside components. Right sidebar. We don't want this to be an inline component. We also want in here to have a components search bar and a components who to follow. And we're gonna start working on that a bit today. So first and foremost, let's go in and ensure that we have in here in a separate line Livewire components right sidebar. And then inside right sidebar, we're gonna have a few different things set up. So we want to have in here, in this case, a class of hidden, height of screen, width of 290, medium block, and LG width of 350. And then we want to have another one of fixed, flex, height of screen, with a flex column, overflow, Y auto, just like that. And then in here we want to have a footer. And I'm just going to copy and paste that in because that's a very basic footer from what Twitter's website would look like. And it would now hopefully leave us with something along these lines. So we just have these in here with the links to them. And we can go ahead and just format this maybe. And then we just need to have Livewire search bar and who to follow. So inside who to follow, which is the one we're more interested in working on in this video, we're gonna have in here a class of width2 rounded 2XL, BG gray 50, dark BG dim 700, and then we're gonna have a H2 in here. And this is going to have a class of just standard text title here. So let's go ahead and add this in. And we're going to have who to follow. And then we're going to have another div in here with a duration 350, cursor pointer. And we're going to have a border bottom, border gray, 200. Padding of 3, text small, font normal, just like that. And then we're gonna go essentially in here and get some users. Now, for this who to follow, we need to render a view in here. We need to have a public users. And then we need to mount. And we take the users in random order, limit to 3, and get them. And we also need to make sure we are importing this class as the app models user. Just like that. And then what we need to ensure is that we have this ability in here to follow the users. So let's have a for each users in user. And then here we want to have a flex row, justify, between, and we want to have an anchor tag in here, and this is going to go to root profile.show, and we're going to have the user in here. And then we're going to go ahead in here now and ensure that we have added in an image. In this case we want to have a class of width and height of 10, rounded full, add the image in and some alt text, and then we want to have ml2 flex and flex column. This should be a div. We want to have a h3 in here with a class of text small, font bold, text gray 900, dark text white, user name in here, and then below we want to have a paragraph in here with a class of text small, text gray 400, and then for this one we want to have a username in here. We need to just make sure we fix this styling in the sidebar. Make sure this is H2. And then we also want a button at the bottom here saying load more. And let's just go ahead and make sure we fix this user page here, because we just need to have all of the elements loaded in here. There we go. So if we click on one of these now, we have this issue with the sidebar. We're going to work on that in the next video, where it doesn't work on the profile page. We will work on that in another video. We can click on individual users here and it will show. Now let's go ahead and just have the search bar working on a visual level at least. So inside the search bar, we want to have, in this case, a relative, M2, and we're going to have then an absolute, flex, heightful, cursor pointer with this HVG icon in it. And then we're going to below that have a search input here. There we go. So we're now able to essentially search in here and also go to the individual profile page. So I think in the next video we're going to fix essentially the ability for the sidebar to show on the correct side, and we're going to ensure that we can follow an individual user and start working on the show more button, so we have this sidebar working fully, and this will become much more like an actual proper Twitter clone. So thank you very much for watching this video. Please hit the like and subscribe button, and I'll see you in the next video. To get started with, let's create a placeholder in here so we can have a skeleton for when we are loading who to follow. So we want to just return a view in here where we are returning a placeholder, which we will just create a view file for only. We do not need to create any component for Livewire. We can just return a view for simplicity. Then inside components, we need to create a folder called placeholder, and we can then call this who to follow. So we want to create a div in here, and I'm just going to add a comment to specify this is a placeholder or skeleton specifically. And then we just want to copy and paste the skeleton in so that we can essentially display it. So if we just get the component to sleep for 5 seconds, make sure you have lazy on so that it loads lazily and will actually work with the placeholder. And then we just want to go ahead and refresh the page, and you can then go ahead and see that it has this nice placeholder on. Now for the follow functionality, we want to go ahead now and go into who to follow blade.php. We want to change this anchor to be a button, and we want this to be a type of button. And then we just want to essentially, upon clicking on it, toggle follow. So we can go ahead in here and ensure we also pass through the ID of the user. So now we just need to head into who to follow component and create a function called follow. So we're just going to go ahead and create this follow function. We also want to make sure we return view for the placeholder. And then for the follow function, it just needs to be a void because we're not returning anything. We need to inject the user in here. And then all we need to do is just dive down with the user to check that we're actually retrieving some data, which is perfect, and we are. So now that we're retrieving this user data, let's go ahead and figure out how it is we're toggling this follow function. We have this hasFollowers trait where we can toggle follow upon a specific user. So if we go now into our user page model, you can see we have this hasFollowers, and we can then go ahead and add in toggle follow as a function in here if we go in and add it. And there we go. So that should essentially toggle the follow of a user. We also want to go ahead and make sure we can unfollow the user. So let's go ahead and add in an if condition here. And this one is just going to be user is following. Otherwise, it's going to be follow. So we're just going to have this one here. For now, we're just going to focus on getting this follow function to work first, though. We're going to have a background of blue instead as well. And this is following needs to pass through a user before we can get it to work. And you can see it works on our own user, but we obviously want to get rid of our own user from this template, and we also need to fix the issue with not working on other users. We also need to change the color to white so that we can actually see what's going on. And we need to create this function. We can just rename it to toGoFollow, given it's just going to be toggling it. So we can call them both toGoFollow. And now we're able to essentially toggle and untoggle it. And then in here, we just need to have a where not user ID. So we're just going to check if the ID of the user is the same as the authenticated user. And if it is, in that case, we do not want to show that person. And now we only see Taylor here as a user, which is perfect. So the next thing is we also want to fix this follow function here so we can follow other users. The reason why this is not working is because we need to modify our who2follow.blade.php file to show appropriately. But first, let's just see what we're getting through. We're getting the user through, which is great, so it's clearly retrieving it. And we're getting null here, and probably because we need to fix how we're following it correctly. So in here we are following and checking if his following is set. The following works on the profile page. So the next step would be to go ahead into our profile page and see if there's anything done differently. We need to dispatch this event as well, so let's go ahead and do that just to make sure the page refreshes. So update who to follow. We're going to create a protected listener. And we're going to refresh the page. Now the reason why this is not working is because we need to essentially pass through is following, but we need to pass through the authenticated user into is following. Like that. And now we are able to essentially toggle it and untoggle it. So the next issue we have is also the styling of the profile page. It is a bit too large, so we need to make sure that we can make the profile page work with the sidebar. So inside the home page here, we need to specify the width and height of it in the profile page. And we also need to just see how it looks with inspect element, but I think for now we just need to specify the width inside the component and make sure that that works properly. So let's get rid of this max width here, or the width. And that now narrows it down, but it looks a little bit bad, so we just want to make sure that we have the width of this page. So let's check what that is. In this case, this is about 600 pixels wide. So for now, we just want to set this to be 600 pixels wide. So we can just say max width of 600 pixels. Go to the profile page and you can see that it already looks a bit better already. But some of the components inside are still below 600 pixels, so we need to make sure that those also get to 600. So let's set width of 600 and a minimum width of 600. And we also need to do the child components inside here. And that should hopefully fix the problem. But that's all for this video. I hope you enjoyed it. Please hit the like and subscribe button, and I'll see you in the next one. In this video, we want to go ahead and sort out the who to follow list. So we want to create a route middleware in here. And this is going to be an authenticated middleware where we have the notifications in here and also the who to follow list. So we want to create, in this case, a component called inside pages who to actually let's call this follower list. And then we want to go ahead and duplicate this here and have follower list. We want to import the follower list page. And then we want to head into our who to follow component here. Now in here, we want to make this an anchor tag. We want to have a href to, in this case, follow a list. And we want to call this on wire navigate. And you also want to run npm run dev so that it looks, well, there we go. And this link needs to be a block, so let's go ahead. There we go. And now we click here, we get this issue. So that's one thing I've been wanting to do to tidy up a bit. So if we head into our Livewire config, so that will be inside inside config folder, and then we have the Livewire one. Instead of having to specify it in every file, I want to go ahead and get rid of that now and tidy this up. So we want to just have layouts.app. This will now essentially go ahead and break pages. It won't break any pages, but it will essentially go ahead and remove the need inside our home component, for example, to have this specified. We can also go ahead and just tidy up the import here. You can do the same thing inside notification. Inside here we can see, the notifications component. We can go ahead and get rid of this here. Inside profile. And any other place you may need it. So obviously for now, this looks a little bit weird because we haven't gone ahead and added all the stylings. So if we head into our follower list, we can go into our home component, copy and paste this in. This will obviously not be what we need right now, so we want to go ahead and get rid of that. Just call this who to follow. And then we will want to just have a list down here of users we may want to follow. So essentially for this case here, we can go ahead and add this into follower list. We can make sure we pass review, public function mount. In this case, we're gonna have a return. And in this case, no, sorry, not return. We're gonna set this users to user, and we can kind of follow what we did into who to follow, except we want to limit it to a significantly higher amount. So we could say to 12 and just have a random order there. So for this one here, we can then go ahead and say for each users in user, You need to set users here. And there we go. So now we just get the user here. And again, right now we don't have many. So if we head into a user factory, we need to go ahead and just have a username in here. And we can say fake username. And it needs to be unique. So if we go ahead now, we can go into PHP as in Tinga. We can say user factory times 10 and then created. And now you can see we have a bunch more users in here, and it just goes in a random order. Obviously this does not look extremely well right now, so we want to go ahead and essentially in the next couple of videos work on the styling in here. And we want to just have a lovely user list displayed in here. So we, for now, can just display user name. You see we have this list here, and it goes in random order. And the same here. This who to follow, we could disable that for this page specifically if you want to, because it doesn't make sense. So inside right sidebar, let's go ahead and say if route is, and in this case we would just say follower dot list and say end if, and it's in this case not this one, and we will say request and we will just have to make sure we actually check. There we go. So now this is hiding here, so we essentially only show it on every page except this one, because it does make sense to have two sides here. So for now, we will leave this video at that, but in the next video, we're going to essentially set up the styling here. It's going to be similar to what we have already here, just a list here, but maybe look a little bit better. And we will then go ahead and essentially work on that. Thank you very much for watching this video. Please hit the like and subscribe button, and I'll see you in the next one. So for this follower page, what I actually want to go ahead and do is I want to extract this component into its own component. So if we head into, in this case, we'll head into our resources page just to take a look at how our folder is structured. So currently we have views, components. Sorry, we need to go into Livewire components. And we have who to follow. So what we can go ahead and do now is we can create a who to follow page, folder here. Then we will go ahead and move this in here. So we're going to go ahead and just refactor that into here. And we're going to do the same thing in this case for in here. We're going to have a who to follow. For this one here, we also want to go ahead and just go in and make sure we have the namespace in here to who to follow, like that. So what I want to go ahead and do now is we want to make another component. So inside components, who to follow. Inside here, we want to have user list. And this doesn't need to be an inline component. So we want to just copy and paste this one in here and have Livewire who to follow. user list, pass in the users, or even them actually, we can just literally just get the users in here. So inside here, we want to go ahead and, in this case, take this user in here. We also want to go ahead and make sure we have this bit here, so we will essentially get rid of this here. Actually, let's move this up here just to tidy it up. And we can then go ahead and make sure we have this toGoFollow function. And then what we can go ahead and do is inside here, we now don't need the users list, so we have it in here instead. So the home page is now broken because we have to update this one in here to make sure that it says who to follow. We also want to make sure inside we have the PHP that, inside our who to follow component here that we have everything set. So we have the placeholder, which is fine, that needs to be there. And then we just need in here who to follow with the who to follow component. This, in this case, go ahead now and say PHP artisan optimize. Or view clear, actually, that should be fine. Let's run dev. And we also need to go ahead and change this inside right sidebar. There we go. So currently we just need to make sure we now head into our who to follow here. So because PHP Storm has this memory of this bit of the code here, we can go ahead and just copy and paste this in here. And then we just say user list. There we go. And if we click show more, we get this page. So what we can go ahead and do now is inside follow list, we have this Livewire components, who to follow, user list. And if we head into follow a list, we can get rid of this. And we now get the same page. Now, this one thing I wanted to change from the beginning is this just hovers the component, but we want this to hover the individual user. So if we take a look at this user list component in here for the CSS styling, let's go ahead in here. We have this duration, which we need to get rid of here. We want to add that in here. And then we want to just copy and paste this in here as well. There we go. And if we go back in here, you can see that we now have this hovering over the individual user, which just looks a little bit more user-friendly and makes the application feel a bit more useful. So this essentially allows us to now go ahead and follow, unfollow this list here. Now, the only issue we have is we have 3 going through here, and that obviously makes sense because on the home page, we only want to show a small selection, but on this page, we want to show a larger selection. So if we go into our user list, what we want to go ahead and do is we want to, in here, have a public integer of, in this case, limit, and let's set that by default to 3. So we can go ahead and say this limit. I'm going to go ahead for readability to go ahead and add this onto a new line. And then because we are setting it by default to 3, so we don't actually have to provide this value, we just need to set in here limit, and in this case we say 12. And there we go. So now we just have a random list of followers. I mean, I would obviously recommend that for your site you should use an algorithm if you are gonna follow through to use this and to display all of the users in here. But this essentially goes ahead and it allows us to just go between the pages. It works super quickly. We still have the ability in here to see this component loading with the lazy loading, and it just looks really nice. So that's essentially all for this video. Over the next couple of videos we're going to be working on specifically to be able to view a tweet and to reply and comment on it, and then we're going to start quoting a tweet, and that's about it. So thank you very much for watching this video. Please hit the like and subscribe button, and I'll see you in the next one. So one of the things we want to go ahead and do to be enabled to be able to view an individual tweet. For viewing an individual tweet, I think in general we would like that to be behind user registration, and you need to be signed in for that. I think that's what Twitter currently does. We're going to keep it under there. However, if you want to do it yourself without having it on or with having it on, it's your choice, and you can just move it outside of here if you want to. So we just need to go ahead and have the tweet UID in here, and then we need to have a component in here, and we're going to call this tweet.show. I'm going to comment this out so we can create this page. So if you go ahead and say PHP Artisan make Livewire, we're going to say pages, we're going to say tweet page, or just tweet actually. We don't want this to be an inline component, and we just want to go ahead and uncomment this now. We want to import this correct model here. So it's going to be Livewire pages tweet, and in here we want to go ahead and say public tweet model as tweet. And we want to have use app models as tweet model. Just like that. We want to return a view in here, and then we want to go into our tweet the blade.php for the viewing of this. So this is in here, and inside this one here we want to have a few different things set up. The first thing we want to go ahead and do is get rid of that bit, and we want to have a width full, small width of 600, and a height of screen. Then we want in here if tweet and end if. We then want a flex with a space x of 2 and an items center, border bottom, px4, py3, sticky, top 0, bg wide, dark bg dim 900, and we're also going to go ahead and add a border L, border R, border gray 200, and dark border gray 700. And then we're gonna go ahead in here and for now have a link in here with a back icon. So that's just gonna go to the home page. And then we're gonna have inside here a H2 with a class of text gray 800, dark of text gray 100, font bold, and font small, and we're gonna have tweet user name tweet. And then below that, we're gonna have an iteration of the tweets. And then here we're gonna start having a fair few different things going on. So we're not really gonna start working on the whole iteration of the tweets now, because we're gonna have to pass in a few different variables here. However, what we are gonna do is we're gonna just load in the primary tweet for now, with the tweet in there. And then we're gonna go ahead and essentially say, in this case, we're gonna have a reply field down here, so just say reply for now. And then we're gonna have also a field for when there's no replies. So basically the way this is gonna end up working in here is that for this case, we're gonna have two iterations. We're gonna have an iteration through of the replies, which we're gonna have here. We're gonna have an iteration of parent tweets, which is basically because if you go on Twitter, you will notice that you can view an individual tweet, and there'll be a parent tweet above here sometimes because you're viewing a reply to an existing tweet, and you can then reply in that tweet and go deeper and deeper into that tweet thread. So basically what we're doing in here is we are able to view all the parent tweets and then the children as tweets as well. And that's essentially what we're going to be doing. So we're going to be iterating through those different ones. And in between them, we're going to have a reply section where you can reply. So that's essentially the logic of that. This is only going to show up if there's no replies. For now, we want to just head into our tweet component. And we just want to have root tweet the show with the tweet pass through. And we want to have the same thing in here. There we go. So we have reply and no replies here. So that's basically how it's going to look like. So you could have multiple people talking at top, and you could have replies on the bottom. And they're both going to be the tweet components, but they're going to be serving a different purpose each individually. So that's all for this video. In the next few videos, we're going to make sure we can show up more, make sure we can reply to tweets. Thank you very much for watching this series and following along. If you're watching along with this and you're wondering when the View 3 inertia course is coming out, it's coming out very soon. Stay tuned for that. There's just been some delays over the holidays. Sorry about that. Please hit the like and subscribe button, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey everyone, welcome back to another video. So in the next video, we're going to be fixing this. If you have a link afterwards, it doesn't get wrapped around, so we can click on all links. But I want to first go ahead and just get certain that we fix the page as well. So we're not going to forget about that though. So if we start out, we just want to use entity extractor, not as a full class in here. There's no need for that. And then inside the pages tweet, here we want to go ahead now and start working on it a bit. So for this pages tweet component, we want to go ahead in here and have for each this get parents as parent tweet, and we want to have a few different things passed through. We want to have Y key, what is the first one, and the tweet pass through. So if we get into our pages tweet, we want to get parents. So we're going to have a public function in here called get parents. Going to return, in this case, this parents. And for this, we want to have a public function mount. This parent should be set to, which we're going to have up here. public collection parents, and it's going to be set to collect, in this case this tweet, ancestors and self, we sort by created at. But I don't think we have that inside our tweet model for the ancestors and self. So if we head into our tweet model now, we haven't got the ability to have recursive relationships. So using a really good package, we can go ahead and install that. So we want to download and install Laravel adjacency list. Composer require this. And outside of that, all we need to do now is go ahead inside our page tweet, inside our models tweet, say use has recursive relationships, just like that, and you can import that in here as well. We're gonna go ahead and essentially use that now, and we can go ahead and say ancestors and self, which would then allow us to get the parents in here. And outside of that, that should now hopefully allow us to render some parents in here. So if we head into this page, let's just go ahead and see why this is not working now. We need to pass in the root, of course, so let's go ahead and make sure we do that. There we go. And so far there's no errors, so it seems like it is working, but at the moment we have no parents to this and we cannot reply. So what I essentially want to go ahead and do now is make a reply to this one here. So let's go ahead and do that in the database. In this case, we have a tweet UID here, so let's go ahead and grab that. Go up to UID. Let's go ahead and make a new tweet in here. Different UID. And we want to have parent ID as, in this case, 725. And we want to just make sure we make sure the UID is actually valid. There we go. So if we head in now, the other thing we want to go ahead and make sure of is that this now is set to reply. So I think in this case we had in here retweet. Actually, we don't have replies, so we will just leave it as a tweet because it is a tweet. In this case, it's parent ID there, and we just want to go ahead and I think die dump on the values just to see what we get. And we got one here. And what I want to go ahead and do in here as well is have this relationship. We want to make sure we put this into the actual model itself though. Alright, and Still only getting one here, so let's see what's going on. Let's just see what happens if we go ancestors and self. There's nothing there. And of course the issue why this is not working, I think, is because we are going to the child one, because let's try to go to the other one here, see what happens. So I'm gonna go ahead in here and there we go. That's why, because we went to the wrong UID, which of course makes sense. So there we go. So there we have two different tweets showing after each other. We're gonna start working on designing it and styling it a bit better later on as well. But that's all for this video. Thank you very much for watching it. Please hit the like and subscribe button, and I'll see you in the next one. Alright, so the first thing I want to do is just quickly go ahead and fix this to 2025. But I want to make this dynamic. So if we head into our footer, in this case we have this as right sidebar. And then in here we have this footer here. So we can just go ahead and say, in this case, we could get the year. So there's many ways we can do this. The way I personally prefer to do this is I'll just say use a carbon instance essentially for this. So we'll go ahead and create a carbon instance, which will then go ahead and dynamically update. So what we want to do here is just say date and put in the Y. And now we have 25, and now this will update dynamically every year. The other thing we can go ahead and do in here is, given this is going to be an app that may have a variable name, you may not obviously call this Twitter. We want to just go ahead and make sure we're just using that here, and then we could say INC here if you want to incorporation or not. It's your choice really. Alright, so that's it for the right sidebar. Let's go back and work on the pages tweet component here. So we want to first and foremost go ahead and figure out how can we go ahead and render the replies to these tweets, because that's the first thing we want to go ahead and do. So we go ahead and say for each. In this case we will use empty and then and for else. And we want to go ahead and copy and paste this bit here. Format this nicely. And then here we want to say this get replies as reply. And for this pages tree component, we just need to create a get replies one as well. So all we do in here is we create a collection in here, which we call children. And then we go ahead and say this children is going to be collect this tweet, this, and in this case we're going to have a replies function in here. So if we head into our tweet model, we need to create a replies function. To do that, we can go ahead and just add this bit here. And we now need to just pass this through. However, it's also important to note that we, in this case, want to go ahead and just render this as a regular component. We don't want to have these parentheses in here for reply equals true on that. So we will go ahead and take a look at how this looks once we have created this reply function. And in this get replies, we're just returning a collection. And we need to do a for else, of course. You probably already spotted that mistake. So currently there's no replies, which is fine. And we also have this reply bit here. This is where we're going to be creating the reply form. So at the moment, we want to go ahead and slowly start working on the reply form now, given there's a lot to work on there. So for that one, we can go ahead inside our Livewire components, and you can see in here we have compose, which is just a regular compose field. So we want to go inside compose and create a reply one. So we can say php Livewire make components compose reply, and that should go ahead and create a component here we can use. So we want to go ahead and say, in this case, we want to pass through the reply. And in here, we just want to have reply for now, just to see that it loads the component, which it does. Perfect. So now let's head in and start working on this reply component. It's going to be similar to a regular tweet component. However, there's going to be a few differentiating factors for this. So the first thing I want to go ahead and do is really just make sure we change this over to a form. We want to have a fair few classes in this form, so let's go ahead and add them in. We're going to have a border B, border gray 200, and I think we can practically just copy and paste this inside from the original component here. It's going to be very similar to the original reply, the tweet component, just a little bit different for the styling, just so that it works well in this case. And there we go. You can see we now have this nice little transition here. And then we need a flex item start space x4, and then we need an image. And here we say photo of user, profile photo URL. Let's just make sure we get this correctly in. And then for the profile photo URL, again, we can add this onto a new line, which I'm just going to go ahead and do. We can just add in the photo of the user there. Perfect. So now we have a very big photo there. So let's go ahead and style it up. Class width 10, height 10, rounded full. There we go. And then we need a flex one below this image. And we need a text area. Now, this text area is going to be remarkably similar to the other one again, so I'm just going to go ahead and copy and paste it. Let's make sure we add these onto some new lines. There we go. And we want to go ahead and just call this reply xref. In this case, it's going to be text area. We're going to go ahead and say x auto resize. And then we just need to have the images below, where we have the different images showing and the buttons as well. So essentially We need to make this a bit smaller here. We don't need these columns here pre-filled down. And we will start working on the rest of it, including the button in here, in the next video. Thank you very much for watching this video. Please click the like and subscribe button, and I'll see you in the next one. Alright, so we want to get started on this form here so we can start using it. So we're going to have an X data in here, and we're going to have a lot of data being passed through in here. So let's go ahead and get started. We're going to have an expansion here, which is going to be set by false. This is going to essentially determine a small animation, which will animate the width and height of this, depending on if it's expanded, so we can increase the size. We're going to have a body, and we're going to entangle that to the form body. We're going to have a radius in here, and that's going to be of 30 again. We're also going to have a max length in here of 280. We're going to have a get percentage in here. And the display percentage again. We're going to go in and have a dash, offset, percentage is over. Then we're going to have a reset form, which is going to allow us to just reset the form and the images. We're also going to go ahead and have a reply in here, which is going to go ahead and reset the form and push through the tweet. But we're also going to have the ability to remove an image. And we're going to have a render image function here, which will essentially ensure that we render the image correctly and don't just return nothing. So that's the first thing we want to go ahead and do. Now, the other thing we want to go ahead and do in here is we want to have a class, and that's going to be padding of 6 when it's expanded. And upon clicking outside, it's going to be not expanding anymore. We're going to expand this when the text area is focused as well. So let's go ahead and call this reply. Upon focus, the text area is going to be expanding set to true. Let's go ahead and take a look. Already having a bit of animation here. Perfect. And then for the placeholder in here, we're actually going to go ahead and have a bit of a condition here. So we could just say tweet your reply, but let's go a bit further and actually try to grab the user information that we are replying to. So we say reply to reply user name. And if that fails, we will just say to post. There we go. So in this case it's failing, but we can always just go ahead and check in here if we say reply user. Let's also go ahead and make sure we use npm run def. And it's because we haven't set the variable reply. So let's go ahead and do that inside our reply form. We are going to upload files in this component, so we're going to say use with file uploads. That's quite important, otherwise this won't work. We are going to use public tweet modal reply. So in here we just need to have the tweet model there. And for now, that should be it. So in this case, let's go ahead and see what happens now. We have the user there. So we can probably go ahead and get rid of this user information in here. And there we go. Now we have this nice little animation here. Still need to work on adding the toolbar. So there's still work to do here inside this form. we need to add a lot more things. So the first thing I want to go ahead and do in here is, after the text area, we want to render our images. So if this, in this case, we're going to have a form in here, images as image. And sorry, we're going to actually not have this as a if here. We just want to say if there's any images uploaded in here, we're going to have something going on. We're not going to bother too much with that now. However, we are going to create the form for this. So if I go ahead now in here, we can say PHP Livewire form. We're going to call this reply form. And then we're going to go in here and we're going to make sure we use public reply form as form. Inside the reply form, we're just going to have a very small list of variables, and then we're going to have images and the body. So again, we aren't uploading any images yet, so for now we're just gonna have hi if any images are attempted to be uploaded. But that's basically what we're gonna have below there. We also gonna move this inside a condition actually, so let's have a width full, flex wrap, padding of 2. And in this case, we're just going to say x show if the images are there. And then now outside of that, below this div here, we need to have another div in here. And this is where we're going to in here we're going to show the toolbars. So we're going to just have a few classes in here. So I'm just going to go in and add them. And we're going to transition that. And then we're just going to have the label for the images in here, which is basically just going to have this long SVG. You can get that again from the repo. I'll make sure to update the repo today. And we're only going to show this form in this case when xshow expand. So if I click on this now, it's going to show the image form there, but we don't want to show it otherwise. And we're still going to show the indicator as well. So again, this is something we've already done before on the other page for the regular form. So we're going to just leave this as simple as it is here. The indicator isn't working yet, but we'll be working on fixing that over the next few videos. For now, we're just basically doing the mockup here. And let's have the reply form down here. There we go. So now we just need to show the indicator as well. But we'll work on that in the next video. Thank you very much for watching this video. Please hit the like and subscribe button, and I'll see you in the next one. Alright, so in this video, I want to take a look at this compose one here, along with the reply one here, because we are kind of duplicating some features here, and let's go ahead and fix that. So I'm gonna go ahead and add a view here, and then let's go ahead inside, in this case, we can have this inside our components. And we could have a traits, or we could even just have it inside the Livewire folder. We could also call it concerns, and we can call this is composing. And then inside this concern, there's one thing we can definitely do together here. we can create a trait in here called is composing. And we have the remove image function. So we can get rid of this and say use is composing. And we can get this added in here. And now that should just be added in automatically. Now, what we want to go ahead and do is go ahead and have a public function reply. In this case, we want to start out by setting the parent to this reply ID. If this reply original tweet, then we want to set the parent to original tweet ID. And then we want to compose the tweet, pass through the parent ID. We want to broadcast it. So we got the tweet created one in here. But reply count updated is not something that exists yet, so that's updating the reply count. We want to reset this. And we want to add a reply. Now the second thing I want to go ahead and look at now is adding an image. Because at the moment, if we take a look in here, we just have hi, which does not really resemble what we want in here. So we want to have a relative in here. And we want a margin of 1. Then we want also to iterate in this case, saying for each this form images as image. And in here we want to have an image. Can have image temporary UL. And the alt text is going to be image preview. These are the classes we're adding in. And then we're going to have a button with a type of button in here. And we're going to have these classes in here. And for now, we don't have any SVG icons, so we're just going to have an X in here. Let's add a few images. There we go. And we can remove them. Perfect. And I think that's all for this video then. So in the next video, we're going to make sure that it replies properly, it updates the reply count, that the image is added on, and that we are displaying the replies appropriately and correctly. There's a lot to work on the reply page because it is kind of a complicated area to work on, But that's all for this video. Thank you very much for watching it. Please hit the like and subscribe button, and I'll see you in the next one. Alright, let's create this reply count updated bit in here. So if we head into our events section here, we can go ahead and get something like retweet count updated. And then we can go ahead and copy this class and call it reply count updated. And what we want to go ahead and do now is just add in all the requirements in here. So in this case, we're going to have inside reply count updated, we're going to have a tweet just like we do there, and we're just going to have a broadcast width in here. So we don't need anything more complicated than this, but this should essentially now allow us to use this one here. So this will now go ahead and broadcast that the reply count has been updated. This is composing we can get rid of now. Reply form is fine. And then what I want to go ahead and sort out now is if we essentially head into our tweet pages component in here, you can now see that we in this case have the opportunity in here to head into tweet. If we go in, we add a few images here, you can see that this works fine. We can get rid of it. Let's go ahead and see what happens in the database if we try to submit it. So at the moment I'm gonna go ahead and delete all tweets but one. I'm gonna just say hi. Let's see what happens. Nothing happens. Okay, so inside our reply code here, we want to go ahead and import this class. So that's imported now. And we still don't get the reply created in here. So in this case, we're going in with the user here. We already logged in, we know that. Let's just go ahead and take a look inside our component here. In here we have this X data where we're gonna wire entangle form the body. In here we have a button with a submit, which is perfect. That's what we need there. So in this case, let's go ahead and see what happens when we try to reply up here. So we say this is a wire.tweet. I think we need to say reply. Although we could just call it tweet. So let's try to see if that works. We also need to add in here a submit.prevent with a reply. And that should hopefully make it work. Okay, we're getting an error now, which is fine. That's essentially what we're looking for here. So this text area now is not really properly hooked up properly. So that's essentially why it's erroring out. Because we need to call this X modal body. Because if you remember up here, we call this body. And we also, in this case in here, don't call it content, we call it body. So let's go ahead and fix that. There we go. And now we have replied. You can see we have the parent ID here. So if we go ahead and refresh, it comes down here below. Perfect. But we also want to make sure this actually gets added in real time. And we need to essentially take a look at that a bit deeper to see exactly what's going on. But let's take a look at it. Let's open up the tweet pages in here. So if we take a look, we want to essentially first and foremost add the reply on our end in real time, at least at the bare minimum. So we can say add reply here. This is essentially the event we're calling here. And inside this one, we want the reply. We're going to have a void here. And in this case, we're just going to prepend this to the children, which is a collection here. So let's say hello. Didn't get added, but we did get it into the database. So let's take a look at why that is. And that's because we, of course, need to have on add reply, and we need to import this class as well for it to work. There we go. Now it adds it automatically. So we can essentially take a similar approach to real-time functionality like we did in the timeline for this. Okay, so what we can do now is, just like we did in the timeline where we automatically get tweets added to the application, we can go ahead and do something relatively similar for when tweets was created. So let's go ahead in here and below here have an on when tweets was created. And in this case, we'll go ahead and say this children prepend. However, before we get to this point, it's crucial to ensure that the parent ID matches the parent. So for now, we will not add a check-in for now, but this is quite important for it to work. So hopefully this should work, but otherwise we will just get every single tweet added into it. Once you refresh, it'll get deleted and it will continue doing that. So we need to have some sort of check. So what I'm gonna go ahead and do is open up Safari here. Okay, so I'm gonna tweet this now. And let's just try again and say, hi Taylor. And we get it automatically. So now I guess the key thing in here is just to make sure we say if tweet, in this case parent ID, is set. That's the first thing before we continue. So we can go ahead and say essentially if it isn't set, in this case we're just going to return and do nothing, because in that case we know for a fact that we do not want to continue. The second thing we can then go ahead and do is check if, in this case, we have this tweet here, so the tweet we're replying to, and we can get the ID there. So if that is the case, we want to go ahead and prepend it, but only if that's the case. So I'm going to go ahead and actually delete some of these in here. Gonna refresh. I'm gonna say something like hi Taylor. There we go. And this works in real time. We can reply to someone. And what happens if we try to upload an image, for example? Say hi. And it does work. We just need to make sure the image is displayed correctly. So at the moment, we haven't gotten to the part where we're adding images into the tweets tables. So that's going to be the next thing we're going to be working on. We're going to be doing that on both in here on the reply section, but also on the timeline where we compose. We can do it on both side pages, so you can go ahead and add it in. But that's actually everything for this video. So thank you very much for watching it. Please hit the like and subscribe button, and I'll see you in the next one. So the first thing I want to go ahead and do now is let's make sure we don't have that HIF in here. Make sure that we are just running npm run def. There we go, that looks great. So in the last video we realized we also need to add in, for this to work inside our models, we need to have a tweet media model. So what we're going to go ahead and do now is we're going to go ahead and have a tweet media table. So we can go ahead and say PHP artisan make model m tweet media, and we're going to have m here for model, for migration, sorry. So we're going to go into create tweet media here. This is going to be a very simple one here. We're just going to have two relationships, the tweet ID and the media ID. And for the media ID in this case, we are going in and essentially having to store the media somewhere. So for this one here, there's multiple options, but I think we could either go ahead and have a media table, or we can go ahead and use something along the lines of Spatty media library, which I think we should go ahead and use for this. It's really convenient and easy to use here. So make sure you have installed this here, and then we go ahead and php migrate. Need to make sure we also publish the migration in here though, so let's go in and take a look at that. So we're going to say php vendor publish media migrations and media library service provider. So let's just have all of that publish here. Go ahead and say PHP artisan migrate. Let's go in and see what's going on here. We've got the tweet media. We've got the media table here, which is brilliant. That's what we need. So with that gone ahead and sorted, let's go into our tweet model. So inside our reply and compose, we want to go ahead in here and ensure that we are attaching the media here. So if empty this form images, we want to go ahead and go through each image and add them to the media collection. Now we're doing the same thing in here. And in here we have the images loaded and all that. So I think this should work. So we'll test out in here first. See if we can upload just any image and say hi. We added the image. The relationship, however, has not been created, and that's where we need to now make sure that goes ahead and gets created here. So I'm gonna go ahead and get rid of some of these here. Gonna get rid of this image uploaded here. Let's go ahead and make sure we run Laravel Reverb as well, and we can do that here. PHP and then we can say Reverb start. Oh, sorry, Reverb start. Host name xclone.yt, and then in this case we can have the port at 8080. So what we want to make sure of is this actually gets attached. So to do this, we need to essentially attach this upon creation of the media and the tweet, and essentially add it into it here. So let's take a look at it. Sorry, my mistake here. We actually don't need the tweet media one if you use the Spatty media library. That's just a silly mistake here. So you can go ahead, upload the image. It has added the image, but we encountered a problem now that inside our tweet component, we're not really displaying it. So let's go ahead and take a look at how we could display that. So we need to do a few changes in here, both for the reply part here to work and look a bit nicer, but also for everything else to just work out. So first thing is we want to go in, get rid of these bits here, and we want to head into our tweet component here as well. And then what we want to go ahead and do in here is we want to actually, inside the component for the tweet, make a fair few modifications, because we need to now factor in all sort of different scenarios here. So we're gonna have 3 different booleans in here. We're gonna have if it is a reply, if it's the first or the last one. Then we also want to get the tweet URL, which we can essentially just return in here, check what the root is for this so we can get the correct one. And inside this tweet component here, we need to make a few modifications. First and foremost, we want to go ahead and say and isn't a reply. So this is for the original tweet and isn't a reply. In this case, we're gonna go ahead and have all of this showing in here. So I'm gonna go over all of this now, the changes we're making here. So in here, we're adding some different borders now, depending on if it's a reply or not. We're going ahead, showing everything before, but we have content with links in here so that it works properly. We're adding in the media, and we're adding in the content here. Then, outside of that, we need an else here. So else if isn't reply. In that case, we're going ahead, we are showing the tweet with the media in here. However, we're not showing the tweet actions in the same way. We're having a little bit different here. And also, we're not showing the ability for a quoted retweet in the same way. And then the last bit here, which is for any other condition. Again, in here we're then showing the tweet. We're still having the tweet user shown. We have the name in here, the username, the media, and all of this. And then we're gonna go in here and we're gonna have root tweet. We're gonna just find tweet here. Oh, actually just go for root tweet. Root tweet does show. You're gonna do the same in here. We're gonna just see how this looks now. This looks a little bit broken. So what we're gonna do now is inside our tweet page, we have the first, the reply, and everything in here. Essentially the tweets page should look like this, but we need to just fix this bordering here, and the way we can fix that is inside at the CSS. We're gonna make sure we now have the correct body here. So what change we're making here is essentially adding text black instead as a starter, and then we're gonna make sure that we always show the correct one in here for the different scenarios. So inside tweet user, we need to make a few changes now. So because tweet user isn't factoring in the reply section, we're gonna go ahead and make sure it does. So all we're doing in here now is just checking whether or not someone has replied. So you can see we now have this border coming through here. We need to fix this color down here. So on the tweets page here. And we still need to work on this component a bit more, because as you can see, there's still a few bits of work to work on. Just need to make sure that it always prioritizes the black color. And then if we head into our entity extractor, so yeah, let's go in and add the classes here. In this case in here, we do have a link here, and that's why it's going for prioritizing wide. So let's get rid of this bit here. That's gonna fix it. And then actually let's go ahead and make sure we have text black or dark. And there we go. And we also have the image now loading properly. So again, we need to fix inside the reply section as well to have that border showing up. But essentially, that's kind of the idea. We have a border showing up here, going down here, and so on. Now, I'm not gonna overly put too much work into it because that's gonna take bit longer, but essentially that's what we want to kind of do here, is add the border, and by using this reply inside the tweet user, it helps us go ahead and add that. Now, as you can see now, this actually works fine on the home page as well. It hasn't broken anything. And if we try to add an image there, let's see if that works. And it does. It shows up in real time and it works perfectly. So there's a little bit more we want to go ahead and fix for this course before we finish this one off. However, this is going to be the last episode of this series because it's gone on for a while and there's been a lot of features we've added to it, such as hashtag extraction and so on. I will be doing an in-depth course as well with how to do this on using inertia and view free, but essentially the only other thing we want to go ahead and start really working on now is the quote section, which is going to be quite interesting to get through. So let's take a look at it. Alright, so let's go ahead and create a new Livewire component in here. I'm going to go ahead and close some of these terminals down here. I'm going to say PHP artisan make Livewire. I'm going to have components. Actually, we're just going to call it modals. And we're going to call this, if we recall, inside our views Livewire, we have the models one. We're going to call this quote tweet model. And in here we're going to have, again, an X Twitter model. We're going to have a Y model in here for visible. Gonna have a quote tweet model in here as well. And we're gonna have use with file uploads. Gonna have a public tweet. Gonna have a public tweet compose form as form, visible set to true. Gonna have a public function in here for quote. And inside this form is gonna be practically identical to what we've done before, except we're gonna be explicitly saying this is a quote in the type, have the original tweet, and we're gonna pass through a view. And then inside the quote tweet model, we just need to have the form in here, and this is gonna be relatively identical to what we had before. Now, one of the difference I'm doing in here, this is just because it seemed to be causing no bugs, is to actually have some alpine data below, which is essentially just what we have for the other compose forms. So I'm gonna leave that out. Instead, we're gonna go ahead in here now and have the form, and we're gonna add the data in here. We're gonna have a div in here with flex shrink 0 p4 pb0. Gonna have a width 12 flex, and then items top. Gonna have an image in here with the auth user profile photo URL. Gonna have these standard classes here. Photo of username. And then outside of that, it's gonna be practically the same as what we've done before. Just out of here, we're gonna have the text area with the error handling. And then in here, we're gonna have the images being added. Now the key difference is in here, we're gonna have a padding of 4 with a rounded large. And we're gonna have a Livewire components, and we're gonna create a tweet quote component just for displaying a quoted tweet. And then we're gonna go ahead and have the regular stuff on the bottom here where we can submit it and attach images and that. So let's go ahead and now, and inside our components, we can create a tweet quote. And in here, we're just gonna have a basic tweet in here with wire navigate and having the tweet user set up as well. In the model, we're just gonna have a very simple one here again. There's literally no difference to what we had before. And now it's really just about being able to trigger this model. Then we can also go in here and say use is composing. And yeah, let's go ahead and see if we can get started with it. So we also need to make sure we have this form set up in here so that it works. So if we go ahead and take a look at edit profile, edit profile model, we need to use is modals. Which has visible set in here. And then we can go ahead to tweet actions. Actually tweet, retweet actions here. And then there we just need to essentially trigger something in here, which we can say span with full. And then we just need to open the quote model here. And I think the way I want to do this actually is inside here we can just have Livewire components. And we're going to have models. Actually, sorry, models. And then we're going to have quote model with the tweet inside. And that's only going to be the visible. So that's just a quick way to be able to do this in here. So what we can go ahead and do now is inside retweet action is set a public bool of visible to false. And then we can just have a quote in here which is going to set that to true. So let's see what happens if we go ahead and try to first and foremost actually put in some text in here and say quote. We get route tweet not defined, that's fine, we can just go ahead and fix that inside the quote, the tweet quote. In here we're just going to say tweet the show. See what's going on in the error log here. So we're setting inside retweet action, we're setting visible to true. So if we go in here now and just set some text in here, what happens? It is showing the text there, but isn't showing the model. So let's take a look at why that may be. So yeah, because the way we're using this quote tweet model here, if we head into component, we actually don't want to use is model, and we just want to use public bool visible. And we want that to always be set to true. There we go, and now we can say hi. Let's see what happens. We get issue with content here because inside this we need to use body. Let's try with an image. That looks fine. And then here we need to say tweet was created. And we also need to make sure we just find this bit in here where we say the tweet component now, because we changed this around. We want to make sure we say tweet the show. This is essentially just finding it depending on if it's a quoted tweet. So there we go. Now we have in this case got a few tweets in here, so you can see if we get rid of these tweets here, the replies, we haven't really managed to deal with the picture in here, but if we go ahead and make another one, say hi. and we're still not showing it 100% correctly for the quoted tweets. We need to go ahead and essentially fix that, but it's showing correctly in the database, which is quite important and quite good. So now our job is really just to make sure that this shows properly upon being quoted. So the issue in here is we need to use tweet body, not content. And we need to use body here. And it already working a little bit better, but we still have one issue in here, and that is, let's head into our tweet quote. We want to use body here as well. There we go. So now we are showing the quoted tweets, and I think we only uploaded that image once, so actually no, we uploaded twice, so yeah, that's fine. So if we go ahead now, we can essentially quote people, not quote them, go in, reply, for example, say hello. We can retweet now, we can still like. The only other thing I want to do is inside tweet actions, for this reply one here, we gotta go ahead and make sure that this works. So just like if you click on the like one, we want to make sure this is actually an anchor tag, and this is going to go to wire click tweet. Actually, no wire click, so we're going to go HIF route tweet the show. I'm going to pass through the tweet. There we go. And you can see we in here also can reply. And essentially this is the last bit here. There's a few issues with the cloning overall, but it's smaller ones. I'll do some special videos for people who are members on the channel, so I would highly recommend becoming a member on this channel, where you will get access to bonus content that will only be available on channel memberships and also be available for people upon my website being launched with courses added to it. You'll be able to use either of them to watch any bonus content, retrieve the videos up to a week or 2 weeks early, depending on which plan you choose to go with. And that's all for this video. Thank you very much for watching this series. It's been quite a long one. Please hit the like and the subscribe button, and I will see you in the next one.